Howdy, everyone. I hope your Wednesday is going well. Today we have up the last day of the coloring challenges. Hopefully. We have 3 puzzles left. I have been warned that all of them are long, but I'm hoping we can get through all 3 of them in the span of today's 8-ish hour stream. If there's time at the end, I'll do whatever the most voted on puzzle is from the Patreon / YouTube members. Just a reminder, aside from when we're doing these sort of weekly challenges or whatever, monthly challenges, are we dropping frames? We seem to be dropping frames a little bit. I don't know that there's anything I can do about it, but it says I'm dropping 10% of my frames, give or take, is what it says currently. Hopefully that will go down. Seems to be slowly dropping. So hopefully good now. But yes, aside from when we're doing challenges, so this is challenge 2, the coloring challenge puzzles. Aside from then we then we always open each time with the puzzle that's most voted on by the people who support us directly through Patreon or YouTube. So if you want to become a YouTube member or go on Patreon, you can do either of those. You can get on the YouTube membership by clicking join below, or you can become a member by, or you can join the Patreon by going to youtube.com/ZetaMath. Sorry, I'm still staring at the dropped frames number over here. Is anyone having any issues with frame dropping? Is the stream steady for people? Etc. Let's see. Seems like maybe only Tristan is having problems. But let me know if there are issues and we can attempt to workshop solutions. Hey, Ambrose. I mean, presumably, if it's stuttering for you, it's probably because of whatever internet issue we're having. Staggering a little bit. Never mind, it's stuttering. Oh yeah, now it's going way up. Okay. Let me restart this real quick. I don't think that's going to have any effect, but if it might, so I'll do it just in case. So be right back. Alrighty. On advice of counsel, I'm just going to try this and see if it works. I am dropping a fair amount of frames, but maybe it will even out. Please let me know what you are getting. Because if this is watchable, I can try it. If this is not watchable, we can adjust appropriately. I have no idea why this is happening now and it's never happened before, but I guess it happens to every streamer I've watched at some point or another, so it shouldn't surprise me too much that it happened to me eventually. Let's see. Looks watchable at the moment, I see. Oh, oops, I realize why did this break? One moment. I got my chat out of sync. Alrighty, so let's try and let's try and make do. We'll pay attention to the frame dropping numbers, which are going up and down somewhere. They have gone up to 60% and down to 8% at various times. None of which are fantastic, but all of which are better than dropping 100%, I suppose. All right, so first up as a puzzle, we have Twin Rooms by Agent, which I'm excited to do. So this is one of those puzzles that as soon as it was posted on LMD, basically, it was rated at 100%. I believe it's still rated. Okay, it's rated at 96. It was rated at 100% before. I'm just going to go with that. So I know this puzzle is going to be great. I've also heard that this puzzle is going to be quite difficult, so I will need as much help as I can wring out of all of you. So buckle up. So let's read the rules. Hey, Agent, glad you're in chat. By the way, while I am talking, I should also mention a couple things around the channel. So first of all, I mentioned we always do the most voted on puzzle outside of challenges. I'm hoping to still get to do the most voted on puzzle at the end of this today, but we usually open with the most voted on puzzle, so that's great. Also, at sample name mentioned, which is that we posted the video of me making MIA. If you are at all interested in setting puzzles or what setting puzzles looks like, even if you're not looking to set a puzzle yourself, if you're just curious, like, what does this actually look like? Because I know before I started setting, a lot of it was just sort of like just an intellectual curiosity, like, how on earth do you even make a puzzle? Not even necessarily aspiring to make my own. You can see the entire process, edited down, but you can see it. So you can see sort of how my brain works, how I think about it, and sort of see it come together. Alrighty, folks. These internet issues seem to be more serious than anything that's going on in our house. I think Tristan has identified that this is something to do with the signal that is coming into our house. So I think the current plan is to try and continue streaming through it and hope it fixes itself. But if it becomes untenable, we may adjust appropriately. Can people kind of hear me now? I know I got cut off in the middle of what I was saying before, as I was starting to read the rules of the puzzle. Maybe? Question mark, question mark, question mark. We can hear you fine. Okay, excellent. You can hear me at 60% capacity. Okay. So other thing I wanted to plug, other than the MIA video, is that I also wanted to plug the fact that we now have an official ZetaMath Satisfactory server. So if you've never played Satisfactory or you have played Satisfactory, and you are interested in participating in Satisfactory, if you contribute to the stream at any level on Patreon or YouTube, you are eligible. You are also eligible for joining the exclusive room on the Discord. So if you want to get in on that action, all you have to do is hop over in the exclusive room on the Discord, message Tristan, or just say in the chat that you want in. We'll get you in, we'll get you a code and all of that sort of stuff. So I've already got a few people in there. I was working with Dan Silverstone some the other day, so if you are interested in getting into that, go for it. Let's see. Andrew says the performance is going up and down, either all or nothing. That would actually make sense. I mean, of course, it would be much nicer if it was like, okay, you get 75% quality because I'm dropping 25% of frames, but instead, probably you get 35 or you get 75% of what I say and miss 25% of it. Okay. So YouTube is maybe now holding its own, kind of. We'll try it, and then we'll see. But anyway, if there are issues, Also, if you're new to the stream, I promise that this does not happen every stream. This is the first time in 50 some odd streams that we have had serious technical issues, but we'll try and make do. Okay, so let's read the rules of Agent's Puzzle, and let's try to do it before the internet goes out again. We'll see, fingers crossed. So there is, by the way, not pinned. Can we get a link pinned, Tristan? But this is posted on LMD, where there is an example puzzle that I may sort of reference as I read the rules, but the rules are over here as well. So every row in each column must contain the digits 1 through 9 once each, so it's a Latin square. But then there's also regions that must be determined. Each region is going to contain 9 orthogonally connected cells. And so you'll see here in this 6x6 example, that, for example, blue is a region. It contains the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Orange is a region. It contains not the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to have to figure out exactly how that works in a momentarily. Clues outside the grid are numbered rooms clues. They indicate the digit which is to be placed in the nth cell in the corresponding direction, where n is the digit placed in the first cell in that direction. So, for example, if this was a 3, because this is a numbered rooms clue for 5, then it goes here. Chameleon, this was posted to LMD some time ago, because I usually give 4 weeks or so after I give the prompt. So in LMD years, this puzzle is old. But I'm pretty sure it was made explicitly for this prompt. Like 99% sure. So this is sort of like, the numbered rooms clues are sort of like 159, except the way the counting works is weird. Because now if this were a 5, now because this is a 7 over on this border, I'm counting from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this becomes the 7. Excellent. Yeah, I was pretty sure you did, but you made this puzzle fairly quickly because I remember seeing it go up, and I remember considering it and then realizing it was for the prompt. Alrighty. So that is how numbered rooms clues work. Of course, a lot of the numbered rooms clues have question marks, which means that this places a digit marked by a question mark. Okay. Now, the grid contains some twin cells. This is where the adventure begins. Digits in twin cells must appear at least twice in their region, and they are the only repeating digits allowed in any region. So just to go back to the example, which I now see why there are these repeating digits, you'll see in orange, there are 2 2s in orange. And those are the twin digits. There are 2 4s in yellow, and so all the twin digits are marked in gray in this example. Some regions have no twin digits. It is possible that some regions don't have any twin cells. Okay. The positions of the twin cells are defined by numbered rooms clues. Each numbered rooms clue must point to a twin cell, and each twin cell must be referenced by a numbered rooms clue exactly once. Okay, that is quite a strong statement here, but let's look at this example again. If I look at this example, then I'll see that this 2 is referenced by this 2, so this 4 places a 2 here and it's a twin. This 2 is referenced by this question mark. No, not by that question mark. No, sorry. This 2 is referenced by that 2. This 2 is referenced by this 2, which is placed in the 5th spot. Okay, so this is going to be fascinating. So just recap. Rows and columns each have the digits 1 through 9 once each, but then the regions can have duplicates, but all the duplicates are twin cells, and all the duplicates are taken care of by these question mark things. Okay, so I want to start, I think, by marking cells. Do I want to start by marking cells I know aren't twin cells? Because there are some cells that can't be twin cells, I think, but I don't even know if it helps me to mark cells that can't be twin cells. I also want to make sure I keep in mind the exactly once part. So it's not ever the case, like these 2 question mark clues, they cannot both be, they can't both be referring to the 5. So a priori, something like this is fine. This arrangement would place the 5 here, both from the left and from the right, if this question mark was a 5. But that's not allowed by the rules, because that would make this a double twin cell, and that's just, that's silly. We do not allow that. Okay, so where am I meant to start this puzzle? Okay, so I think I am going to start, for lack of a better place, writing in the candidates for this cell. So first of all, this cell can't be a 1, because that would be saying to put the 7 on top of the 1. That's not going to work. As far as I can see immediately, it could be a 2 or a 3. It can't be a 4, because that would put the 7 on top of the 9. It could be a 5. It can't be a 6, because that would put the 7 on top of the 8. And it could be a 7, but it can't be an 8 or 9, because that would repeat 8 or 9 in the column. Oh, it can't be a 7. What am I talking about? It being a 7 was a lie. If it was a 7, that would say to put a 7 here, and even though my conflict checker is off, you can see the problem. I've put 2 7s in the column. That's not allowed. So 2, 3, or 5. Those are the only possibilities. That is more pleasant than I was expecting. I'm going to be honest. I was expecting there to be more possibilities than that. Although, who knows? Okay. So normally one of the things you look at for a numbered rooms clue is, as we just sort of saw, you usually can't put a 1 in front of a numbered rooms clue, which would seem to restrict where 1 goes in column 9. But the problem is, one of these question marks could be a 1, and if the question mark is a 1, then putting a 1 there is just fine. So actually, if I were to write down all the places where 1 could go in this column, it's actually those 8 could all be 1. So that's not great. There are 2 sets of 7s. So I know that there are actually sort of like at least 2 pairs of 7s that appear as twin digits, which is interesting. Not row 1, column 9, though. Oh, right. This one, sorry, you're right. This one can't actually be, because I was only looking at the column over here, but this one can't be from the row. Good point, afraid not. I feel like that kind of thing could be important. This also can't be a 1 for the interesting reason that it would count double. So if I looked at row 1, actually, row 1 only has 4 spots where the 1 could go, which is still, again, not great, but it is something. Hey, Cogito, welcome. This is a very cool rule set. I have absolutely no idea where I am starting so far. I'm about to pencil mark 1 into 4 places, which I don't think is probably the right place to think about starting. And there's nothing about, like, regions with the numbered rooms clues, right? Yeah, there's nothing like, like, a lot of these sorts of puzzles have a rule about, the question mark always puts the cell in the same region, but we don't have anything like that. So let's see, is there any restriction on this? This cell obviously can't be a 1. I can go that far. It's not a 1. I have a hard time even seeing, like, could this be a 2? It seems like it could be a 2 as far as I can tell. Let's see. I'm checking if there can be more than 1 pair of twin cells in a region. I think there can be more than 1 pair of twin cells in a region. It's even worse. Digits in twin cells must appear at least twice in their region. They could appear more than twice. They're not really twins if they appear more than twice. Then they're like triplets. I had just somehow assumed from the name twin that it appeared exactly twice, but no, it's worse. Twins appear at least twice, but maybe more. Alrighty. Yeah, so in row 1, there's 4 places a 1 could go. I'm just going to color those in yellow real quick. In column 1, there are, I think, 5 spots a 1 could go. Oh, there can't be, let's see. Afraid Not says there can't be more than 1 twin digit in a region. All twin cells with the same digit must belong to the same region. And twin cells within that region cannot contain any other digit. Okay. Sorry, okay. So that actually, now that I've read that sentence again, or that 2 sentences, thank you, Afraid Not. What?
You never reset up your camera. It's all zoomed out.
Oh, I will do that after I get a chance, okay? This cell, Nell, can't be a 1 because it would reference the 1 with 2 different numbered rooms clues. And every twin cell is defined by a numbered rooms clue, and each numbered rooms clue must point to a twin cell, and each twin cell must be referenced by a numbered rooms clue exactly once. Okay. But the thing I just realized that is, I think, the break-in that I get from rereading this paragraph that Afraid Not sort of drew my eyes to, is that actually there are 4 different 7s that have to appear in the same region. So we need a region with 4 7s that are seen by this 7, this 7, this 7, and this 7. At least. We need a region with at least 4 sevens. Okay, I'm going to fix my camera real quick for Tristan. Let's see. Okay, so configure video. Let's see. Pan that towards the center. Tilt that up a bit. Zoom in on the zeta a little bit. Adjust a little bit. Oops, not that way. The other way. The other way, please. Thank you. There we go. Okay. There we go. Tristan likes to see me. Now he can see me. Okay. So I think now the thing I want to do is I want to highlight the 7 in this row and the 7 in this row are in the same cell, or in the same region as the 7s in these 2 columns. Can't be a 3x3 region, Nicholas, because I could not fit 4 7s in a 3x3 region. In a 3x3 region, I could fit in at most... in a 3x3 region, I could fit in at most 3 7s. So, okay. So let's highlight cells that are or let's unhighlight the cells here that are definitely not 7s. These are definitely not 7s. In fact, these are definitely not 7s either. Because if any one of these double highlighted cells was a 7, that would immediately mean that it was double referenced, because it would be referenced by its row and its column. So those aren't 7s either. So I need to fit... Oh, thank you. David donates $25 in honor of Agent, Totally Normal Cat, Tristan, Mega, Andrew, Garian, Nell, Screaming, AFK, OG, Cogito, dumediat, along with others here, and will be joining during the next 8 hours. Thank you so much. Very appreciated. Especially the additional support as we fight technological issues. But fingers crossed, things seem to have settled down a little bit. It's not perfect, but it's better. Okay, so now I kind of suspect that this couldn't be a 7. Because if this is a 7, I need to dip down 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I need to somehow get another 7 out of here, and that seems very implausible. But I'm trying to figure out what is the efficient way that I can prove sort of what this region has to look like. Because I need to grab... lurkers are always appreciated, Screaming. You know, if it wasn't for the fact that your nickname was Screaming, then the statement "lurkers are always appreciated, Screaming" would be very different. Oh, it would also index a 7. Good point. These cells cannot be 7 because they would index 7s. They definitely need to span 4 rows and 4 columns. That is what I can prove, and thanks to Afraid Not, I can get rid of those. That's right. This is a 2, 3, or 5. Good point, Afraid Not. So this is a 2, 3, or 5. So that says that this 7 is in one of these spots, which says in particular it's not in one of these. This can't be a 7 either. In fact, none of these can be 7s, for the reason that these 3 cells they're all in the 7th row or the 7th column. This would require a 7 up here to index it, and these would require 7s over here to index them. So those can't be 7s either. Oh boy. So this is getting tight already. So let's see. Can we do more smart stuff? Probably. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That would be exactly 9 digits. So something like this. No, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. Because I'd need to put 2 7s in yellow, and my 2 7s in yellow would go on the same column. So I can't even do that. Oh, brother. Okay, where else am I allowed to be smart? Let's see. I'm noticing there is a question. The only question mark that opposes any of these question marks is this one. but I don't think the question mark opposing this question mark does a whole lot. What if this is a 7? If this is a 7, then that's a 9, and we're saying that this is also a twin digit, but this also being a twin digit doesn't seem to bother me immediately. Okay. So something like that would be plenty. I mean, it's not it even has an extra cell. Okay. So I'm looking at sample name is telling us that this digit is not going to work. And so in order for this digit to possibly be in, I need to get to row 8, which is going to require 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells just to get to row 8. However it goes. And so then I would need in just 2 more cells to be able to get to 2 yellows. But keep in mind the region could look something like... I believe that this is not going to work, but I don't think I can easily prove it. I'd love to know if one of these 2 is in, but I don't think I know if one of these 2 is in. Is there a way I can know that one of these 2 has to be in? Because if one of these 2 has to be in, that restricts it a lot. Especially if I know this one has to be in. That would really be helpful. Okay, so maybe I should look at it this way. No. Let's see. But I wouldn't need to have 7 cells in the column in order to get down there. Like, I could do something like that, and that would get me... This is 9 cells. This exact shape doesn't work, because it doesn't grab 2 yellow cells, but this exact shape does only use 9 cells, and show that you can get to... Oh, wait, no, you can't! Okay, right. If I am trying to span... Okay, so I think Garian has given me the way to prove this. If I'm trying to span 7 rows worth of stuff, which I would be, because if I was going here, I'd need to grab something from row 7. If I'm trying to span 7 rows, that means I can only move horizontally twice, 9 minus 7, which is 2, and that means I'm only getting to 3 columns, and 3 columns is not enough. So that's not going to work. My region doesn't have to look like a line, but if my region is shaped like a line, it needs to move horizontally left and right at least 3 times in order to span 4 rows and 4 columns. If you want the sort of like the minimum viable product for a set of cells that spans 4 rows and 4 columns is something like... Okay, so let's look at this. Okay. So I was thinking a frame like this would do, because it technically has 4 rows and 4 columns. But this doesn't even work. I cannot fit 4 7s into this shape. So I think actually maybe the question I'm supposed to answer is, what does a 9-cell region actually have to look like in order to accept 4 7s? Because it can't look like this unless I tack on something like I could tack on a green here and a green here, for example. I'm just sort of drawing like what shapes this region could even conceivably have, regardless of what's going on over here, just so that I can sort of conceive of that. Because I think that I could draw in, maybe, possibly. Maybe I can't even draw in that. I think this could accommodate... This could accommodate 4 7s, though, for what it's worth. The question marks refer to a twin cell. Yes, Jaleb. But the twin cell they refer to cannot be the twin cell with the 7, because I'm not allowed to have two different numbered rooms clues that refer to the same digit. So yeah, so I need to include at least these 3 columns and at least these 3 rows. I don't know. Maybe it's not quite forced. I feel like I feel like it's going to end up this shape, but I could be wrong, and I certainly don't feel prepared to prove yet that it's going to have to look like this. So there are not a lot of options, but I don't think I can quite enumerate them. Oh, good point. Okay. So Chameleon has an excellent point, which is that actually this shape needs to span 5 rows and 5 columns, which seems insane, because this column and this row cannot contribute a 7. Because if it contributed a 7, that 7 would be a twin cell, and it would need to be indexed by... Oh, it could contribute a 7. That's fine. If it contributes a 7, it'll be indexed by one of these question marks, but it would be a 5th 7. So actually, we actually need 5 rows and 5 columns. So it can't be a shape like this, because that only spans 4. Something like that. I think something like that would work. This would certainly accommodate 5 7s. It is 5 columns high and 5 columns wide. Okay, so here's a way to think about it. I start by putting a cell into the region. I don't care what cell it is. Now I'm going to add a cell to the region. Currently, the region spans 1 cell and 1 column. It needs to span 5 cells and 5 columns. Every cell I add can only either increase the number of rows by 1 or the number of columns by 1. Now, it must do one of those, because I only get to add 8 cells, and I have to take care of 4 more rows and 4 more columns. So wherever I start, I need to make sure that every cell I add adds either a row or a column. It sounds exciting until you realize that that still does that. And so you could maybe even get away with... Yeah, unfortunately, you can even get away with something like this. So the shape isn't quite forced, I don't believe. I think that's fine. I think that, yeah, that still certainly accommodates the correct number of 7s, unfortunately. The fact that it's against the edge, to be clear, doesn't matter at all, because this is just I'm just looking at shapes and thinking about rotating them. I was hoping it was going to be forced to be exactly the zigzag thing, in order for that to work. So there are multiple shapes that work. Afraid Not says the corners have to be 7s. Regions don't have corners, but I think intuitively what Afraid Not is saying is correct. Which is that sort of if you took the minimum box that could consume this region, the minimum box has to be a 5 by 5 square. So this region connects two opposite corners of a 5x5 square. That's, I guess, one way to think of it. Because it can't span more than 5 rows or 5 columns. We already proved that. So, in fact, actually, our region is living in a 5x5 square. That's maybe a good way to think about it. Our region is living in a 5x5 square, and I think it needs to have 7s in those two corners because... yeah, right, okay. So, our region's going to live in a 5x5 square. Let's just say it's this 5x5 square. So, let's say that none of the corners had a 7 in them. Except the problem is, yeah, okay, right, because it's this void. It's the void that forces this, because wherever this is, the void is not going to be in the corner of the box. The void is going to be somewhere in the middle. It's going to be, the void cells are going to live in here. And so I'm going to be unable to, say, put a 7 in these cells, or these cells, or whatever it might be. That means I need to put a 7 in the first row, I need to put a 7 in the first column, I need to put a 7 in the last row, and I need to put a 7 in the last column. Which means I either need a 7 here and here, or I need a 7 here and here. And the reason for that is if I try and put a 7 here, now my region is going to need to get into the first column. Oh, crap. It's going to turn out this isn't true, isn't it? Shit. Unfortunately, this works just fine, I believe. So I don't think it... I was completely convinced by Afraid Not's point, but Afraid Not's point is incorrect, I believe. Because I think this region is totally fine. No, it was an excellent thing to try to prove. I'm more than 5 minutes into the stream, Meme Rister. I can say words. YouTube just doesn't like you to say words in the first 5 minutes of the stream. And I'm not currently guesting on someone else's stream. Okay, so actually, although the structure of this region is insanely constrained, I think it's insanely constrained, but there are still like 50 options. Because if you've... because if you look at the number of potential nonagons, or not nonagons, nonominos. If you look at the number of possible nonominos, there's hundreds of nonominos, and we're down to only a small number of them, but the small number is still a double-digit number, even before you take into account things like moving them around. Okay. So we do have the 5x5 frame, though, proved. It definitely fits in a 5x5 frame, and it can't fit in a 4x5 frame. So that's really the class of nonominos we're talking about, is the nonominos that fit in a 5x5 frame, but not a 4x5 frame. Okay, so we know... So now I am looking at sample names point. We know that this column is in, because we need one from this column, and we know that this row is in. So if we were to look at our bounding box must live in, we can go 5 there and 1 over there, and then we can go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Our region lives in, and this is terrible, our region lives in this zone. So somewhere in here is our region. That's what we know. That's kind of terrible. I guess I'm going to mark that by marking the border. Because the green is obnoxious. Sorry, green. I like you. Sorry, our internet bleeped. Flip it back here. I suppose no huge surprise that we're having internet issues. So, what we had just proven, and I apologize that today is not making the best viewing experience, and I also apologize to those of you whose puzzles I'm doing today, that you don't get the best display of your puzzles, but I will... I will do my best to do more puzzles by these people. But the thing I was about to say when our thing went away is that sample name actually proved that because all the 7s we're referring to in blue and yellow actually live in this box, we can actually de-yellow these cells. And therefore, thanks to sample name... Oh, one moment. I don't think I have my chat back up to live because YouTube is weird. One moment. Sorry, no one was saying anything, and I realized it was because it wasn't saying it, because it was thingy thing. But that's going to get us our first digit. Because now, this can't be a 2 or a 3 anymore. So this is a 5, and this is a 7. And so we can bring in our digit dancing penguins. Remember, we have the guest penguin for the color stream, because he is very colorful, so he is very happy to join in. So we get to do the dance for the 5 and the 7. Boop, boop, boo-da-boo-doo, boo, ba-da-ba-doo, boom, ba-da-ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, 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 ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Thank you, friends. Much appreciated. That is a gorgeous break-in. I love that. That is stupendous. So this is not a 7. Okay. So this is the zone where I'm not getting one of the 7s. So therefore, I need to get one of the blue and yellow 7s in every other row and column other than the ones that I have just X'd. So therefore, this digit's also a 7. And so that's a 4. Because this row, that's the only place it can possibly get one. So this is not a 7. The reason why row 8, column 8, Sean, cannot be a 7 is because of a technicality in the rules. If this cell was a 7... then this clue and this clue would both be 8s, both referencing this 7. And the rules specifically say that twin cells are referenced exactly once each. So that is because of a technicality that is buried in the last paragraph. The must be referenced by a numbered rooms clue exactly once. Chameleon asks why. The reason why is because we need to fit 4 blue and yellow 7s into... Oh, no, that's right. I don't know what my 5x5 is. Sorry. This is not my 5x5. Sorry. Right. I have a 6x6, not a 5x5. Darn it. Right. So if this were actually the 5x5... then I would be in good shape. But sadly, it is not actually the 5x5. I do know that these two, I can fill these in. These can only be, this cell can only be 4 or 9. and these can only be 5, 6, or 9, for whatever that's worth. Probably not very much. And yes, we should certainly make this the bet cell. Row 8, column 8. Sorry, we will move the bet cell down 1 per constructor's suggestion. That is now the bet cell. Consider it bet celled. So if you want to lock in your bet, this is the bet cell in which to do it. 4, 5, 9. Oh, yes, I did not count good. Thank you, Garion. 4, 5, 9, because those are the 4th, the 5th, and the 9th column. Not that. Okay. Okay. Nicholas is making an intuitive argument that I probably can't grab this blue and 2 yellows. However, I'm very wary of intuitive arguments, given that every intuitive argument that I've actually believed this time has turned out to be wrong. I'm sort of suspicious of these 2 yellow cells, actually. It seems very difficult for one of these 2 yellow cells to live inside the region, because it's going to require some very strange sort of stretching around. But I mean, I think it's a very nice piece of intuition to look at. I'm only wary of it because I have proven that my intuition in this puzzle cannot be trusted, because when I have gone to try to prove things in this puzzle that I thought were true, they have turned out to be false. Which, by the way, I really enjoy, actually. Probably not to the surprise of many of you who watch the stream a lot. I like it when my intuition is sort of checked by rigorously proving something and I realize I was wrong. But I might now have to think about other numbers. Let's see, I'm looking to see if any of these cells are looked at by relevant digits. And I don't think they are, unfortunately. Yeah, I know one of these 2 is in. Because I can only put in one of these or one of these. So yeah, so one of these 2 is in. I agree with that. Yeah, I kind of don't even want to speculate as to what this thing could look like. But I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think something like this would be an acceptable shape for our region to end up with. Like, that shape would work. I don't think I'm going to believe just about any proof in this puzzle that claims that something doesn't work, given that I have believed several proofs, or several things were going to be true and weren't. It's going to be very difficult to sort of sway me. Like, I think it's going to be hard to get one of these. But maybe especially that one. Something like that. I think that's too many. That's like way too many cells. See, like, here's where the magic of intuition comes in. This looks to me like this is nowhere close to working, which makes me think I can rule it out, but I don't know. Like, I don't think I can prove it either. Let's see, row 8, column 9, says Satan. Hello, Mr. Lucifer. Or Mrs. Lucifer, as you may prefer. There's 9 cells in him. That's the second yellow cell. Let's see. So, yes, Garion, that was a 10-cell region. So when I was saying I think it doesn't work, I really meant I think it's not possible. But I have no earthly idea how I would go about proving it's not possible. I have not yet. I have not developed a language for proving these sorts of things aren't possible yet. So something like this. This also is sort of the shape you would want this to be, and this also is 10 cells. This is also suspicious. So yeah, so there's definitely... So I guess an interesting question is one of these digits a 7, and is one of these digits a 7? Okay. I actually know there's a 7 up here. Because if there was a 7... Oh, maybe I don't quite. What I know is there's not a 7 in the region in these cells. Because if there was a 7 in the region in one of these cells, then it would need to be indexed by a numbered rooms clue. Oh, maybe it could be indexed by that numbered rooms clue. Oh, never mind. This is the most beautiful possible kind of nightmare. Okay, so Nicholas is encouraging me, think about how to connect these two. So that's going to subsume 7 total cells to connect those two. No matter how I do it, it's going to subsume 7 cells. So I think if I was going to do that, I would have to do something like that. But again, I think this works fine. I think this is actually... I think we've actually just produced a 5-cell region that does all the things I didn't want to be able to do. Because I think I can easily fit 4 7s in here that meet all the requirements. And it would work just as well as if it did that. So, unfortunately, oh yeah, this doesn't technically work because there's a 1-cell, thing here. So we'd have to modify it slightly. Okay. So that's an issue. So that's interesting. Okay, so if I expend my 7 cells connecting these two, then I have 2 cells left. Because of I really, if I connect these two... Oh, okay, here's a much, much, much easier way to see this. If I connect these two, I can never take either of these cells. Because if I connect these two and I take either of these 2 yellow cells, I definitionally create a region down here unless I include all of these cells or all of these cells. Because these things are connected, if I also connect them, I've now connected this to the wall, and I need to include everything over here, and I can't. So actually, if I connect these two, I can't use either of these two yellows. Because of connectivity issues. The connectivity issue is real and not really fundamentally combinatorial. It's more topological. So if I connect these two, I need to use 7 cells to do it. I have 2 more. I can't get 2 yellow cells, because the only way I could get 2 yellow cells is by taking 2 in that path or 2 in that path. Neither of those works, because those 2 yellows would be in the same room. Okay. So I agree that actually I think I can now rigorously prove Nicholas's point. This cell is not a 7, so this cell is a 7, and so that's a 4. And so that advances our box up. So now our box is here. No, Nicholas, your intuition is very good. I am always happy to hear when you intuitively feel something. I just then have a hard time proving it sometimes. But this time, we got there. It didn't look to me at all plausible that we were going to be able to prove this, but you kept saying it, and so I kept looking, and it turned out that yes, we actually were able to prove this was not included. Okay. So is there any hope that we can make a similar connectivity proof involving these 2 cells? I really suspect the answer is no. Unfortunately. Okay, so I need 4 cells just to connect those 2. So no matter how I do it, connecting these 2 is going to take at least 4 cells. So I've only got 5 cells left. Now, solely getting to row 8 is going to require 3 further cells. So that's 7 cells in total that I already know about. But keep in mind, if I spend 1 extra here... Sorry, this cell wasn't meant to be highlighted. I need 4 cells to connect these, and then I need 3 more cells to get to row 8. And so that's 7 cells. I need 2 more cells. Probably I'm going to do something like that. That would work just fine. This would work just fine. Now, what if I wanted to take this cell? Well, in order to get to this cell, that's going to require 2 extra cells. And now, if I do that, that's at least 4, plus at least 2. That's 6 cells spent just to get this cell in, at a minimum. And note, I'm not using the fact that I'm currently highlighting 6 cells. I'm using the fact that these 2, no matter how you connect them, are going to require at least 4 cells. And then adding this in needs at least 1 down and 1 over, so that's at least 6 in total. That leaves only 3. I need 3 just to get to row 8, but there's no way I can get to row 8 and grab one of these, so I can't take this cell. That cell is not a 7. I feel like if this is a 7, actually, my problem gets even worse. If I want to connect these 2, that's 4, plus if I want to get to this one, that's 8 at least. And now I only have 1 cell left at most, and there's no way that with my 1 cell left I can get that. So I think we can just count and prove there can't be a 7 over here. So I think we do get an honest X-wing on 7s over here. And I think our picture of the region is now that our region lives inside this rectangle of death. And so these aren't 9. Okay. So I think we now know roughly, very roughly, where the 7s are. Like, down to this little bitty X-wing here. Okay. Now that I have this, what do I now want to do with my life? Which is a very interesting question. Because there are, and this is where we know there's lots of okay, so Jaleb is suggesting look at the 5 in row 4. Let's see. So this cannot be a 1. It could be a 2 or a 3. It can't be 4 or 5. It can't be 6 because it would go on top of this. It can't be 7 because there's a 7 in the row. It can't be 8 because it would put it on top of the 7. And it could maybe be 9. No, it can't be 9, actually. If this were a 9, it would put a 5 here, but then that 5 would also be referred to by this 5, and that's not allowed. So actually, exactly as Jaleb says, this 2-3 puts a 5 in one of these two cells. For whatever that is worth. It's probably worth something, but I hesitate to speculate as to what. Let's see. But that was a very good eye to that, Jaleb. There's a given 9 in the row. Oh, yes, there's also a given 9 in the row. You're right, that is a much simpler argument as to why this can't be a 9 than my somewhat convoluted argument that this can't be a 9. You're now probably, when I say this can't be a 4, going to argue that I should not use the fact that it can't be a 4 because it would then be indexed by this 5. Okay. So what can this cell be while we're at it? Because it seems like 5s are probably the next digit we're supposed to think about. So this can't be 1 because it would put a 5 in a row with a 5. It could be 2 or 3. Wait. This 5 is in the same region with the 5 that this is indexing. So that's huge, because this 5 has to get all the way over here, because they're both indexing 5s. Okay, so let's write in the candidates, and then let's drop our draws about that. Okay, so this could be a 2 or a 3, maybe. It can't be a 4 or 5. I think it could be maybe plausibly a 6 or a 7, maybe. Or an 8 or a 9, except it can't be most of those things. Because one of these two is a 5. And so wherever this 5 is, it needs to, let me just highlight the spots that this 5 theoretically could be. 7, 8, 9. Almost none of those green cells can be 5s, because it needs to be within 9 cells of this 5. So even this 5 is the closest. In order to get to column 9 at all, I have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7 cells already, just to get from here to column 9. So I only have 2 more cells in column 9. So I can't possibly ever get to any of these cells. These are all out. So this is actually only 2, 3, or 6. Okay, we can already improve that. Now, that was all without even considering the fact that this 7 is not in the region. And the fact that this 7 is not in the region, I think might bias, it might bias nothing, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, I think it is going to bias something. No, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, it's fine. The 7 being a barricade is not a problem. Now, if I did want this to connect to something, the only way that this 5 is actually really a 5 is if it connects to that cell. Those are the only 5s that could possibly connect. Or that's the only place a 5 could connect to this 5. Do I even really believe that these can connect? I kind of don't, because these 7s, remember, these 7s are in the same region. They're connected in some way. And so actually for this 5 to get here, it actually has to go up, doesn't it? This is where we get into messy connectivity stuff. That's pretty ugly. Because these 7s are connected in some unfathomable way. But I can't go through. In fact, actually, I could say these 7s are all connected. The only way I get through this wall of 7s with this 5 is if I go under it. Which is certainly not possible. That's infinity cells. Or I go over it. That's already too many. That's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's already 11. Okay. So this is not actually a 5. So this is not a 6. This is a 2 or a 3. Okay, so we're connecting these 2 cells over here to these 2 cells over here. Do I know that this cell is not in my 5 region? I think I do. I think even if I did this absolutely efficiently, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, even if I did this absolutely efficiently, I would never get to this 5. Getting to this 5, even from its closest neighbor, requires 10 cells. Because connecting these 2 requires 7 cells, and then I only have 2 and I can't get to column 9. So this 5, I have not yet done this, but I'm going to mark this 5 with an X to indicate this is not a twin 5. This is an ordinary 5. And so in particular, this question mark can't point to it. So what is this question mark? This question mark cannot be a 1. I think it can be a 2 or a 3. It can't be a 4 or a 5, because there's a 4 or 5 in both the row and the column. It can't be a 6 now, because it would put it on top of this digit that I know is not a thing. If it were a 7, it would need to go here and here, which is unfortunately plausible. It can't be an 8. Oh, maybe it could be an 8. Annoyingly, I think it could be an 8. Actually, I don't know if I really want to make this argument. Wait, did I just say it couldn't point at this cell? No, I didn't say it couldn't point at this cell. I am going to say I think it can't put it. I think it can't point at this cell. This is not a 2-3 pair. These could both be 3. Nicholas. They can't both be 2. So I guess, okay. So I can rule out a digit. That is incorrect. The argument you're making, this is not a 2-3 pair. But I do think they can't both be 2, because if they were both 2, I'd need to connect these 2 cells, and I can't. So the fact that they're not both 2 does tell me this digit's not a 3. I think I want to make an incredibly obnoxious argument that they're not 8. So that this digit's not an 8. If this digit was an 8, it would be pointing at this 4 and this cell. Well, this cell can't possibly be a 5, so it'd have to be a 4. But that's also obnoxious, because I now need to connect that cell and that cell, because this would be the twin cell region with 4s. That's not going to work, so that's not allowed. And so then the other option is that this is a 9, which is, I think, possible. Yeah, if you think about 4s and 5s and what it would do, this being an 8 is ridiculous. So So that is fascinating. Now, I do think this being a 9 would be interesting, but I don't think I can do anything with it immediately. In short, I don't think this was the correct cell to look at, but hey, it's pencil marked for later, so what are you going to do? Yeah, I might as well go ahead and mark... actually, maybe I just want to corner mark this 5 and get rid of the green. I don't know. Maybe I just want to highlight both of these as green. I think that's fine. So I'm not currently doing stuff. Okay. So, if there was a 7 on this X, where would it be? So it certainly couldn't be there or there. It couldn't be there or there. So it would need to be in one of these cells. Actually, it couldn't be there or there either. And couldn't be there or there either. Actually, sorry. If there was a 7 on this X, I suppose I should have known this, it would be exactly here. And that 7 would need to be indexed by this cell. So if there is a 5th 7 in this region, it's here. Oh, but it doesn't have to be in the region. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry, I'm thinking about this wrong. There can be a 7 here and have it be in a different region, in which case the world is okay. That's all well and good. So never mind. Never mind. Okay. So, what can I look at now? I know I've got this sort of 5e region coming across. Which is going to, like, force there to be a skinny region up here somewhere, for what it's worth. Let's see. Oh, we do have 2 4s. I had not even appreciated the fact that there are 2 4s. That is a good point. Okay, so same issue happens with these 2 clues. I kind of want to highlight off the grid, but you're just going to have to make do with this. They need to point at something where those 2 4s can connect. Now, unfortunately, I think there's an awful lot of options for what this digit could be. So let's see. So the question is, does this 4 meaningfully interact with the wall of 7s? And unfortunately, I think the answer is very much no. Because I could do something like... I could do something like this, even, and get above it. Can I get above the... maybe I can't quite get above the wall of 7s. Because that, I think, actually, it might require... No, this would get me above the wall of 7s. Kind of. I guess it depends on exactly what you mean by above the wall of 7s. Okay, let's just write in the candidates that this can be. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not 7, 8, or 9. Okay. We're going to write this in, and then we're going to think about where those spots actually are. 6 would be there, 8 would be there, 9 would be there. Okay, these are the spots that the 4 can plausibly be. Now... I think we can rule out 4 from being in this cell. Because if the 4 is in this cell, it takes 8 cells just to get to row 9. And that seems like it's going to run into problems with my X-Wing on 7s. Because I'm going to need to sort of zig and zag around that. So I don't think this can be a 2. I'm willing to say I believe this is not a 2. Can't be 9 by the rule of unique clues. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Jaleb. This question mark is not referencing 4, if that's what you mean. Okay. So Afraid Not gives me a much, much, much better proof of that, which is that there's this region containing 5s that crosses through here, and I can't cross over that. Oh, the 4 in row 9 would point to the same 4. Sorry, you're right. Completely right. This 4, for the reason I argued about the 5 over here. If there were a 4 right here, it would be pointed out by that 4, and that's not allowed. Okay. So it's not this question mark, it's that question mark. But I think by the time we get to 3, I think we're fine. Something like that. Something like that is completely fine. So 3 is fine. See, Medi claims the 4 can't be on the 7 pencil marks. It's funny, I'm actually pretty sure we have to prove the 4 has to be on the 7 pencil marks, but I could be wrong. But I sort of expect that the 4 is most likely in one of these 2 cells. Unless you have a compelling reason why it can't be in one of those, but I think it probably is. I think the 3 is actually the biggest stretch. Look what happens to the left row 8 clue. If this is an 8. Okay, so if this is an 8, this is a 4, that's a 5. And now it points at it. Oh, that's gorgeous, Afraid Not. Great spot. Okay. If this is an 8, now this is a 4, which forces this to be a 5, which now is a second thing pointing at, well, sorry. Let's just fill it in, and you'll see why this goes terribly wrong. If this is an 8, this is a 4, which means this is a 5, which means this is a 7. That's not going to work. So actually, I think Medi is correct, because for the same reason, if this was a 4, it would make this a 5, which would then make it a 7, which also doesn't work. So this is actually a 3, which is fascinating, which makes that a 2, makes that a 5, means this is a 5 because this 5 is too far away. These can stop being green and stop being pencil marked as 5s. These are twin cells officially. Not that gray, that gray. I can actually mark these as being officially twin cells too. So this is a 3. This is now not a 2, it is a 7 or a 9. Okay, so now this 3 means this is a 4, and it's a twin 4. Make it purple, I suppose. So this 4 actually is living below the 5, which is very interesting. So these 5s actually need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They need 9 cells to connect. They are 9 cells apart. So actually all of these cells have to be part of the green region. The 5 needs to go above the 4, because this 4, remember, this 4 is headed to row 9. So these are all green. I don't know exactly what happens after that. But that puts a new region up here that we can think about. I'm going to change these from yellow to blue so I can use yellow. That puts a new region up here for us to think about, which is yellow. Yellow's twin cell is in one of these two places. I don't know which one. Notably, that means yellow needs to turn down either here or here. I don't know which yet. Okay. Is the claim the second twin 4 has to live exactly here? It's very plausible that we could prove that. Let's see. So we again have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Again, yeah, yellow needs a cell in row 2. That's definitely true. Yellow cannot have all of its cells in row 1. I mean, I'm not giving this cell a random color just because I know it's not yellow, green, or blue. I do not find in chaos constructions that it is useful to just give random cells colors. Sometimes it is, but I find more often it does more harm than good. But it certainly, this cell can't be green or purple or blue or yellow. I agree with Nicholas about that. Yeah, I know it's another color. I even had said that yellow needs to turn down. I'm just not marking it as a different color. Because then I need to be careful later when I find a cell that I want to focus on to figure out what region it's in. And that is often difficult. It does, but again, I don't know anything. It could go like that, it could go like that. Once I know more, I'll be happy to color it, but at the moment, I don't know what the repeated digit is or anything like that. Like, I was even slightly hesitant about coloring yellow, because I don't know what the repeated digit is, but I know it's one of these two. So that made me somewhat more comfortable coloring it. This can't be a 7. If this was a 7... Oh, no, darn it. Sorry, no, it being a 7 points there. Which would mean it's not a 4 or 5. Okay, never mind. Okay. So... 4 needs to go down. It needs to go down in a way that doesn't take both of these 7s. I'm trying to convince myself the 4 can't make its way back over to here. So that... I mean, that is 10 cells, but am I being... Am I being silly? I'm afraid I'm missing something. But I guess I definitely believe that this 4, it can only plausibly be here or here. It can't make it over to here, because that would be 10 cells no matter what. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so this can only possibly be 6 or 7. So I'm willing to say this can only be 6 or 7. So one of these two is the purple 4. And I think it's going to be really hard to get the purple 4 here. But I don't know that I fancy proving it. That isolates the greens. But I can take one of the cells in the X-wing. I don't need to completely miss the X-wing. I guess the point is I need to take a cell. Okay, so I need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I need to go 7 down. So I've only got 2 cells of wiggle room. Okay. Right. Okay, I only have 2 cells of wiggle room. So that means I can never end up here. Because I would have to go left and then right. If I go left and then right, I end up back here. But I certainly can't do that. Because that doesn't get me far enough around. So I actually... Okay, so by parity, I can't end up here. If I end up here, I've used an even number of cells. So I think I'm convinced by Martin's argument that this has to be the 4. Meaning that this is a 7. Meaning that 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, meaning that this cell is gray, and hence not a part of green. Yeah, I think the parity argument is the way I like to see it, but there are various ways to make this argument. Okay, so now this cell is gray and belongs to some region that's not green. And is not purple either. So this cell's interesting, or this region's going to be interesting, because it only has a little bit of latitude to go in one of these directions. I actually... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. I know the 4 is not allowed to go right any. So this cell... Actually... I have to be careful here because the box that I have... I'm going to remove my box for blue. Because I don't want to get confused. Which is definitely going to happen. But the 4, I know, actually can't go right or up. Those would both screw up its plans. Likewise, the 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it also can't go left or down. Okay. Okay. This 4 references... Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. This 4 references a gray cell here, which I did not actually fill in. And as Afraid Not is pointing out, this gray is actually very useful, because this gray is the gray for this question mark. And so now if I look at all the cells that could possibly be yellow, all of these cells could say possibly be yellow. You could rule some of them out, like this cell can't really be yellow, that cell can't really be yellow. But one of the yellow clues has to be a twin digit, because we know one of these two is a twin digit. And so where is the clue coming from? This cell... could it get this cell coming from that side? I think this cell could put it there, couldn't it? But most of these it can't be. But I think it could get it there, maybe. Oh, this cell it can't even reach. No, that cell sees a 7. Oh, right. Okay. So if you look, I don't like that, but I'll accept it. This cell can't be referenced by this clue because there's a 7 there. And this cell we've already used, so that's not going to be where the yellow gets its thing from. This clue in the row is definitely not referring to this cell, and there's none in the column. And so this clue, there's none in, the one in the column is used. In order for this to be the one in the row, this would need to be a 3, and it's not. So this is the yellow repeat cell. And so in particular, because that's the yellow repeat cell, this digit is a 2. Because it needs to be getting it from that. There's nowhere else it could be. So let's see. So yellow needs to take one of these 2 cells, and then it's done. And so yellow definitely doesn't go right. Nicholas's region is looking awfully close to earning its own color. Because now we have a region that I actually know goes at least this far. Over here. Yeah, I'm very close to giving your region a color. Martin with an excellent point. This can't be a 9 anymore, because if this was a 9, the repeated digit would be a 2, but then this digit would be a 2 as well, and that's not going to work. So in fact, that's a 7. So that's the repeated digit. That is a repeated digit of some sort. Great spot to Martin. And so these 2 digits are the same digit. What is that digit? It could maybe be a 1, but not a 2, 3, 4, 5. Could maybe be a 6, but not a 7. Could be an 8 or a 9. Let's see if I know a good reason why it is not any of those things. Don't think I know a good reason why it is not any of those things. There was a really epic spot from chat concerning this digit and where this region could go, Naverio, that I imagine was not intended. So I could speculate that perhaps your solve path did not use that and so looked different. It required 6 different cases to prove, but it was very cool. But I never would have even checked it if I was doing it. I guess I can write in what this cell could be. It was intended, but after you'd filled in a little bit more, and then it was fewer cases to verify it, Agent. I would definitely believe that proof got a lot nicer once you knew a little bit more around it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. I don't need this X anymore. Okay, so purple. Is there any way that this cell isn't purple? I don't think there's any universe where this cell isn't purple. Oh, maybe this cell is purple. Oh, but this cell isn't purple. This cell not being purple is very interesting. So because this cell isn't purple, and purple can't take both of these cells, purple must take this cell. So the point is, if this were purple, it would need to be a 4, which it definitely can't be. So purple needs to come through to get to this purple. It can't jam its way through both of these, because one of these needs to be blue. So this cell is purple, which is big because it means it's not a 7. And it's not blue. And so this cell so these two cells are 7s. And so this is a 5 and a 4. This cell doesn't need to be blue anymore. We can get rid of that. Purple needs to come down, so purple needs to come here. Purple can't go down and can't go right, so purple needs to come here. And now purple needs to be a direct connection, so purple has to go here. Looking backwards, purple needed to go here. And now we're back to where we don't immediately know exactly how purple works. So purple is going to bend back up here and then use its last digits over there to set that up. Okay, that is all cool. And I know, like, none of these cells are purple. None of these cells are purple. I know that cell's not purple. That cell's not purple. I know that cell's not purple. Okay. So Afraid Not is making a smart connectivity argument that... Oh, yeah, these two 7s should be gray. So Afraid Not is making a smart connectivity argument about these two 7s. They have to connect. Now, you can imagine all kinds of weird ways where they would connect. But no matter how they connect, this cell is always blue. Because if these two cells connect directly through here, then it's blue. If these two cells connect around here, I've now created a cell that just must be blue because it's surrounded by blue and there's not room for another region. So Afraid Not is correct. That cell is blue, and I see Martin is making exactly the same argument. Now, these two connect. Again, if they somehow connect around this cell still needs to be blue, so that cell is definitely blue. Now, in fact, actually, we can now argue blue can't take any cells down here, because blue is 4 cells here. These two are going to need to connect. That's 4 more cells. And then those two need to connect. That's 1 more cell. That's 9. So these cells are not blue. Likewise, that cell's not blue and that cell's not blue. This sort of cross region I think we can get rid of. So we know sort of none of that stuff is blue. Okay. So there's a region forming here. If I don't want to give a region a color, but I want to mark its geometry, I can do this kind of thing. It's sometimes helpful. Just to note, there's a region forming down here. Okay, and I know this 7 doesn't do either of those things, just for the record. I can go ahead and zip up yellow while I'm doing this. Green doesn't go down at all. Okay, so Chameleon is making a slick argument that green and purple have isolated the cells that are below green and purple. I know these two greens connect in some way. And so the cells below green and purple, however they look, there must be a number of them that is divisible by 9. And so, for example, that implies this cell can't be green, I believe. Because if this cell was green, then that would force the world to look like this. And now, how many cells are there outside of this? There's 9 in row 1, so I'm just going to ignore those. And then we've got 16. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, it is going to look like this. This is 18, or 27. Sorry, this is correct. If green looks like this, then there are 18 cells left over. I miscounted the first time, but I believe there are 18 cells left over. Which means that if green looked like this, there would be sorry, 27 actually. If green looked like this, though, there would be 28 cells left over, and that's just not possible. And if I try and tweak it a little bit that way, then I add 2 cells, that's not going to work either. So actually, Chameleon's point, which is well taken and beautiful, is that in fact green must do exactly this. And we can do a little region dance once I bring in the region dancer. Region dance. Woo! 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 Okay. Once that happens, we now know how yellow finishes, so we get a second region dance almost immediately, because now yellow has to look like this. And now we get to repeat the argument from Martin earlier about blues connecting with purples connecting. These two purples have to connect. No matter how they connect, this cell is always going to be purple, because either it's part of the connection or it's inside the connection. Likewise, this cell is always part of the connection or it's inside the connection. Except now if you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, purple's done. And so by leveraging the connectivity argument, we've actually sort of designed the purple region. So that is cool. So here's a question. Do I know that these are the only 2 gray cells that live in this area? No, this is referring to a gray cell. What digits could this be referring to? Okay, this is a good place to look next. So this could be a 1. Oops, sorry, it could be a 1. It can't be a 2 because I already have a 4 region. It can't be a 3 because that cell's already referred to, apparently. It can't be a 4 because we already have a 5 region. It could be a 5. No, it can't be a 5 because there's a 5 in the column. It could be a 6, I think. It can't be a 7 because there's a 7 in the column. I think it could be an 8, and it can't be a 9 because we already have a 7 region. So there are a couple grays floating around over there. Or sorry, there's a gray floating around over there in this column. And because I have one more gray, I actually need 2 more grays because there are actually 2 regions with grays. Because whatever the other gray is in this column, it's not the same number as this one. So actually both of the 2 regions here have 2 grays in them, at least. So where am I getting an extra gray? How am I sneaking an extra gray in? I could do it with this circle, or sorry, with this question mark. I could do it with this question mark. Unfortunately, I guess I could do it with that question mark or that. Okay, I could do it with lots of question marks. Okay, Naverio makes a good point. I don't think it's going to blow the world open, but I think it's cool. This 9 can't be blue, because if this 9 was blue, it would create these 2 cells sealed off, and they can't both be blue. So, not blue. So, these cells at least are part of a region that we have not yet awarded a color. Now, this cell has to progress towards here, so now because it can't go up, it has to go right, because of the sort of like, this whole puzzle is an exercise in understanding what maximally efficient region spanning looks like, which is a cool topic. Now, this region, actually, if you look at it, it's squished between blue and purple and green, so it's going to have to get out to get more cells, which means it's going to have to absorb all of these cells in order to possibly get to 9 cells. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Even if it took this cell and that cell, it still needs all of those. So we know at least all of these cells belong to this region. So this region's actually getting beefy. This is quite interesting. Let's see, but both of these could be blue still, or they could each belong to this region, depending on personal political preferences. So where is this region getting an extra digit? So it can't get one from this. Oh, sorry, that's not even a clue there. It could get one from this question mark. There are no more question marks. It could get one from this. No, it already has one from that question mark. And then it could get one from either of these, or maybe this one. I mean, my guess is... Actually, I was going to say I was guessing one of these is a 1, but that's not actually very helpful. In fact, I know this one isn't a 1. And this one being a 1 would not help at all. So that's not the case. Let's see. So probably this question mark. Because I can't get one in this column. I already have one in that column. I can't get one in that row. That's the easy way to look at it, actually. None of these are allowed to be the twin cell. So one of these two is the twin cell. Or maybe in a long shot, I take that cell. So I think these are the 3 possible spots that could be the other twin cell for this region. Let's look at these one by one. If this was the twin cell for the region, I would need this digit to be a 6. I see no reason that digit cannot be a 6. If this was the twin cell for the region, I would need for that digit to be a 4. I see no reason that digit can't be a 4. But this one can't be, because in order for this one to be, I would need this digit to be a 2, and it can't be. So it can't be a 2 because there's a 2 in the column. So via our earlier proof by cases logic, actually one of these two is the twin cell for this thing. And so that either comes about through, annoyingly, this digit being a 4 or this digit being a 6. And so we have a really weird link between the state of the universe, this digit is a 4, and this digit is a 6, because this digit can't be a 5, and this digit can never point there. But I don't think I know which one of those I think happens yet. Oh, we can X on the borders next to ones we've already used. That's a good idea, actually. That is a very good idea to Chameleon, to mark these ones so that we know which ones to be looking at. That is done. That is done. That we have marked, and that we've marked. This we've marked. This we've marked. This we have marked. This we have marked. This one we have not used yet. This one we have marked. This one we have not used yet, although I realize I should fill it in. I'm going to fill this in as soon as I finish doing this. This 7 we have marked up there. The 4 we have marked over there. This one we have not yet used. This one we have not yet used. This one we have not yet used. This one we've not yet used. And this one we've not yet used. This has been a tough one. Okay, I'm realizing this cell is actually very restricted, I think. So it could be a 1. It can't be a 2 or a 3 or a 4. Why did I think this couldn't be a 5? Why can't this get its twin cell here? I feel like before I thought this region could not get its twin cell here, but I think it can. I think it can get its twin cell here if that's a 5. 6 would be referring to this. That's not allowed. 7 would be placing a 5 here. That's not allowed. Sorry, that's 8. 8 would be placing a twin cell here. That's not allowed. And 9 would be placing a twin cell here. That's not allowed. So this can only be 1 or 5. Which is interesting. Or 6, sorry. I even specifically said it was 6 before. I just then didn't write it there. Yes, because I 2 of the 3 universes for where this where this region can get its second twin cell are these 2. I think sample name, part of it, with shapes being divisive, is there's a whole genre of pencil puzzle solver that doesn't prove things, but sort of goes by intuition and instinct, and is mostly right. And then there is a genre of solver who do rigorously prove things, which is, I think, coming from the... I think really the reason why that genre exists is because of Simon, because Simon models that. And so I think most people, when they solve, don't solve like Simon, but some do. But then it greatly changes the difficulty of a puzzle, whether you prove something or not. I think how intuitive it is a factor, but I think what you actually consider, like when do you consider you're done with the puzzle and you're happy to move on, I think that's where different solvers differ, and so you might get very different ratings on the difficulty of a puzzle based on which it was. Like the other day we did this puzzle called 3 Snakes, I think. 3 Snakes in 2 Lines or whatever by the Cogito, where I think if you just find the solution, I think it's a 2-star puzzle. If you prove the solution, I think it's closer to a 4.5-star puzzle. So I think that is a really interesting sort of optic that you can look at these things from. Let's see. Okay, Garian says if row 4, column 5 is an 8, is a twin cell, it can only be an 8. Interesting. And to be clear, there's absolutely nothing wrong with doing the 2-star version of the 3 Snakes puzzle and being happy and moving on and doing another puzzle. Like if that is your jam for how you like to solve puzzles, by all means, great. I also think, by the way, if you look on like the Cracking the Cryptic Discord and look at testing, one of the most common pieces of feedback on pencil puzzles is that someone has submitted a puzzle where the solution is not unique because they have failed to account for a case. Whereas on the Sudoku side, you almost never see someone giving the testing feedback that your puzzle's actually not unique. I think this is, again, a difference because of the fact that the majority of Sudoku people are sort of greatly influenced by Simon's outsized personality and presence. Myself definitely included in that. That is in no way a dig at Simon, but I think it enforces that sort of cultural split. This is interesting because it places a gray. Should I do that? Okay, so what can this be? It can be a 1. It can't be a 2 because there's a 2 in the column. Oh, actually, it can't be a 2, 3, or 4, because that would place it in the same region it's already in. That's not going to work. And it can't be a 5 or a 6. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Because that would place it in this region. It can't be a 7, because there's a 7 in the column. So actually, this can only be a 1, 8, or 9. Okay. If this was a 9, the repeated digit would be 9 for the region. Can the repeated digit be 9 for this region? Did I miss the fact that this could be the repeated digit? If this was a 9, I would need this 9 to be referred to by this clue. This would have to be a 4? No, I specifically allowed for that possibility. Right, okay, so if this is a 9, this is a 4. Fascinatingly. Oh, right, this can't be a 1. Perfect, right. This can't be a 1 because it's already referenced by this. Thank you, Garion. Perfect. Okay, so this is an 8 or a 9. Those are the only possibilities. Is putting a gray cell over here somewhere. I'll also say when you have a logical error while you're studying a Sudoku, usually it doesn't make the puzzle not unique. Usually it makes the puzzle obnoxious, which is something that has happened to me that I have had caught in testing before, is that the first draft of Ouroboros, if you've been following my puzzles for a long, long time, the first draft of Ouroboros did not have the given digit because I screwed up some piece of geometry logic that we're talking about. And so it was still unique, and one of my poor testers proved that it was unique, but of course could not use any of the intended logic, and so it was, I believe the word they used was torture, when they gave me their testing report on it. So that was not ideal. Okay, so the repeated digit here is an 8 or a 9. Okay, so I know the repeated digit in this is an 8 or a 9. That's interesting. If this were a 9, does that make for 3 twin cells in column 1? So it would put one here. That is an excellent, excellent, excellent spot, Martin. If this is a 9, then I get this twin cell, the one indexed by this clue, and that twin cell. That's 3 twin cells. Now, there's nothing wrong with 3 twin cells intrinsically until you realize we only have 2 regions here, and that would require 3 different regions, so I can't do that. Beautiful. Perfect. Okay. So that is an 8, which now means I can't be getting my extra digit here. I am getting my extra digit here. That extra digit is an 8. This cell is now gray. That was great. That was sweet. Okay. So now this cell can't be an 8 either, because if this cell was an 8, it would also put... No, don't listen to me. I am being ridiculous. So this isn't a 1, is the point. This is not a 1, because it needs to index the location of the 8. And I think we already said we can't get to an 8 here, right? We can't get to an 8 there, so this is not a 1. It's a 5 or a 6. Okay. I kind of want to think about the geometry of how these 2 regions tie around each other, and I kind of don't. Because I think I could make an argument, maybe I can't make an argument that this can't take this cell. I think it might actually be able to take this cell. Whatever. Yeah, there's definitely one more gray cell over here. I agree with that. Because there's only 3 currently. Is it obvious where that has to come from? Could be these 2 question marks. Either of them could place one there. It could be that one. Could be that one. Sadly, I think there's lots of options for how we're getting our extra question mark in here. Yeah, X just means the clue is resolved. Oh, yeah, so I can X that one. Yes, you can absolutely not use the law of leftovers in this puzzle because regions do not contain the digits 1 through 9 once each. That sounds like the kind of error I would make when setting, and then Tristan would catch. Let's see. Maybe I should just start filling in digits. These are, I think, 1, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, so we've got our classic 1, 6, 8, 9 quadruple. Sorry, 1, 6, 8, 9 quintuple in the box. Okay, so I don't think... Wait, did I screw up when I said that this needed to be the thing that provided it? Right, this can't... Neither of these is indexing this. This really is indexing the 8 over here in this region. Okay, because these clues cannot. Okay, what is this? Can't be a 1. It would put it in a region that already has 1. Can't be a 2. Can't be a 3, because this cell is in one of these 2 regions and it's not either. Can't be a 4, or a 5, or a 6, or a 7. Can't be an 8. Oh, so this is a naked single 9. That's what you're... No. Okay, I screwed something up. Because I just argued this can't be anything. It could be a 6. Oh, it could be a 6. Right, okay. Okay, let's go over this carefully. It can't be a 1, because that would go in the region with this 8, and then make it an 8. It can't be a 2, because this is already referenced. If this were a 3, well, it can't be a 3, because there's a 3 in the row. If this was a 4, it would be referring to this 9, but 9 is not the repeated digit. If this is a 5, well, then it's already indexed by this. This could be a 6, beautifully, as pointed out. It can't be a 7, and it can't be an 8, and it can't be a 9. So it is a 6. It's just a naked single 6. Weirdest naked single I've seen in a long time. Which then makes this, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, makes that a 4. Yeah, I just did not see that, yes, actually, there's no reason I can't have an extra 4 in here. So I do, in fact, have that extra 4. Okay, and so I'm realizing I could do Sudoku-y things, like, where is the digit 6 in this row? It has to be in one of these places, but I mean, I could do, like, where is this digit in row 2? This digit in row 2 has to be one of those, so that narrows this down to some medium small number of cells. But it's not hugely helpful, I don't think. Let's just fill in these digits. They could be 1, not 2, could be 3, 4, not 5, 6, 7, 8, could be 9. I might be able to rule some of these out. This one certainly can't be 9 because of the question mark. This one can't be 9 because of the question mark. and this one can't be 9 because of the question mark. Any of those would put a third gray into this column, and we've already argued beautifully, this might be my favorite step of the puzzle, that can't happen. So actually, the only place a 9 can go is there. So that is a 9. Okay. I think any of these, at least as far as I can tell, could be 1. This one can't be a 3 or a... Oh, actually, sorry. This one is the 1. Okay, that's going to do a lot. Because this one can't be 3 or 4. It would be talking about placing a double digit in one of these places, neither of which is allowed. So this just is 1. Thanks, David. I'm glad people enjoy listening to me talk. I do like tangents. So this being a 1 is huge, because it means that 1 is the gray digit over here. It means this isn't a 1. It means this digit isn't part of this region. So it means that in order to get to 9 cells, this region actually has to do this. We can reward this region with a color. Let's award it... Was that real? Sorry. I did something silly there. This is not in the region, right? No, it does have to be, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It needs 2 more cells. The only 2 more cells it can have are those 2. Okay, I did it right. I just then confused myself. We will award this region with the color orange. And then we will de-linify it. Which now fixes that blue needs to come here, and blue needs to come here, and now blue is done. Now the 1 region at least makes it that far. Oops. And now the 1 region's over here, so this can't be a 1. Because if this was a 1, it would create another 1 region over here. So that is all huge. Let's see. So this is only 6 or 8. This is only... Oh, this can't be an 8. I have the 8 region already. The 8 region's over... The 8 region is orange, so that can't be 8. Let's see. If this were 6, I would be creating a region where the repeated digit is 3. If this were an 8, I would be creating a region where the repeated digit is 2. This is 6 or 9. Who knows? Oh, okay, now 1 is just outright placed in column 1, as is being pointed out, because this can't be a 1 either. A great spot to... the many of you who instantly see all hidden digits. Yes, yellow can't repeat 8, so these are not 8. Good spot to, afraid not. Yellow also can't repeat 1, because we have our region that repeats 1s now. So note this is only kind of a 6-9 pair. It's not actually a 6-9 pair, because they're either both 6 or both 9. So this digit now can only be 2, 6, or 9. I'm going to go ahead and fill that in because it needs to repeat in this row, so it needs to be in one of those 2 places. This is 2, 6, or 9. I do not know which one. Let's see. Oh yeah, should fill this in. This is 6, 8, or 9, but I know something chat is telling me, I believe. Let's see. I used the fact that this digit, Garion, needs to appear in row 2, which is true. Every row still has the digits 1 through 9. And this digit, because it's not gray, can't repeat here. So that digit has to be over here. So I think it's maybe not quite the law of leftovers. Oh, I get it. Okay, I understand. One of these is a 6-9, and the other is the other 6-9. But I'm like 98% positive that it was a legitimate step. Okay, so interestingly, there's like a little X-wing of gray here, where either those are both gray or those are both gray, which is fascinating. They're probably the same digit. Okay. Did I ever resolve where... oh, right. The fourth one is coming from here. So the fourth shaded cell is, again, it's one of these two. And so, to read out chat's point, because one of these two is the other one, I can't connect these two. These are different. So this is not 6 or 9. It's one of those. But it is not a lot of them. It is not 4, 5, or 8. It is not 1. So it is 2, 3, or 7 is the point. So the repeated digit over here, I guess I know it's actually... I actually know it's 2 or 3, don't I? Why am I even bothering? The repeated digit is 2 or 3, because it's in either the 6th or the 8th spot. So this is the 2, 3. Oh, let's see. People are telling me I can place some 7s. Placing 7s sounds cool. Let's see. Where is the 7 in this row? It could be there or there, annoyingly. Where is the 7 in this row? Could be there or there. I don't see it yet. About placing the 7s. Oh, where's the 7 in column 2 is the correct question. Ah, yes, where's the 7 in column 2? It goes there, if you look at it the right direction. So this is a 7, and so if that is a 7, then that probably gives us our last 7. Oh no, there's still 2 7s somehow. Right, so the 7s... but this can't be a 7 anymore. So the 7 in row 3 is actually placed here. And then we only have one more 7, which is... that's a 7. Okay. Row 7, column 3 equals 6. I'm trying to understand this. Why is this 6? Row 6, column 3. Row 6, column 3. Right. Okay. It's like, this is very weird if this is... okay. So this is 2, 3, 6, or 9. And it's definitely not 9, because there's 1 over here. Now... oh, right, the other 2, 3 is up here. Right, the 2, 3 here goes with one of these 2, 3s. So this actually can only be a 6. Which means that's a 6, and that's a 9, and that's a 9. So the point was, I actually already have my pair, because, again, one of these, I don't know which one, one of these, I mean, I'm about to know which one, but one of these is a 2 or a 3, which paired with this cell, which could only be a 2 or a 3, which then meant that these two were a pair, except the only thing they could be out of the pair was 9. And then so as not to have the same repeat in different regions, those became, the only thing could be a 6, so that became 9s. Okay, now that being a 6 is actually going to shake out this, because now that's an 8, which means the actual repeat cell is here. That's a 2, and that's a 2, that's a nothing. So this needs to join, I guess I already knew that before, this needs to join this region. This 6 needs to connect to this 6 somehow. Okay, this 6 connects to this 6. Any way of this 6 connecting to this 6 is always going to take all of these cells. There is no way I can do that, because as soon as these two 6s are connected, everything below them gets shoved into the lower region. So any of these 3 cells could be part of this region. So these are not. These are part of the upper region. This, by the way, this is a 9, just by actually doing the Sudoku that I should be doing. I will give these colors. They deserve it. This can be, let's do orange again, and then this can be yellow again. These are not 9 anymore. This one's not 6 either. Oh, right. This can't be yellow. Excellent point. If this was yellow, then I need to make this orange, and that's not possible. So this is orange. Good point. I can get rid of the lines now as well. Okay. I probably could just start writing in candidates for things. This isn't a 2 anymore. Oops. Oh, and so this is a 9, right? Because this digit, again, needs to appear in this row. The only place it can appear is there, because it can't be a 2 anymore, so this is a 9. I can just write in. I can green in this side of this region. Fill in that border, fill in this border. Some things are priorities. We have to find time in our lives to make them priorities. So let's fill in this row. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6, 3, 5, 6. This can't... Oh, actually, neither of these can be 6. These are a 3, 5 pair, because 6 already appears in orange, and 6 is not the repeated digit. So that's the 6. So that's not a 6. So that's a 6. So interestingly, there is no 6 in this orange. This orange has no 6. So this orange needs every other digit. So let's fill in what these can be. Can't be 1, 2, 3. Could be 4, 5. Can't be 6 or 7. Could be 8 and can't be 9. Notably, this one's not 4 or 5, so this is just a naked 8. This isn't an 8. This is a 4 or a 5. What about these cells? These could be 1. Can't be 2. Could be 3. Can't be 4. Could be 5. Oh, I see a very easy way to do this. 1 second. Where is 4 in column 2? That's the nicer way to ask it. 4 in column 2 cannot repeat in yellow, so 4 in column 2 is there. So orange needs a 5 now. 5 is the digit it does not have that it can get. And so the only 5 that orange can get is here, because this digit can't be a 5, so orange gets its 5 here. Note, orange does need a 5 because it doesn't have a 6, and orange only gets to omit 1 digit. And so with orange finishing, yellow also finishes. And now we fill this out again. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's do this again. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, sorry, not 7. 1, 3, 5. They just are 1, 3, 5. That one's not a 5. Yeah, that one's not a 5. That's the story. Oh, interesting. That 4 went over here and made that a 3 and that a 4. So these are gray. So we can slap down some of J's x's. Oh, we can slap down an x here too. This is an awesome puzzle. I love this puzzle. I am very happy with it. The 8 got placed, because that's not an 8 anymore, so that's an 8. Which means that's a 5. Which means that this 8, by the way, is gray. And this clue is done. We might now be done all of the clues, actually. Okay. This is not a 5 either, so therefore this is a 5. This digit, I probably know what it is, because it can't be a 1, it could be a 2, it can't be a 3, 4, 5, it can't be a 6, it can't be a 7, it can't be an 8, and it can't be a 9. So yeah, so this is a naked single 2. So that is done. So what about this row? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 5, 6 is what's left. I can't repeat a 6 in this column. So this is 3 or a 5. I know precious little about what is going on over here. Yeah, not all regions need grays. There is no mandatory gray requirement in this universe. We are not in some sort of mandatory gray dystopia. Where's my extra 1 coming from? Oh, no. Right. I have used all the clues. And so because I've used all the clues, these both have to be 1s, because otherwise I wouldn't get anything with 1s. Or otherwise I wouldn't have any 1s to pair this with. But as soon as I've used 1, then yeah, so they all become 1s. Chat got there before I did, but I got there eventually. We'll take some solace in that. Same trick as before. These two 1s have to connect. Either they connect through these cells, or they connect in a way that encloses these cells. So all of these cells get gobbled up into this region. So that's already... actually, I'm going to give this region a color now. I think this region has earned it. This is already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's already 7 cells for green. So this is not green. It's a different beast. It can be yellow again. We like yellow. So whether yellow takes this or not, yellow has a lot of life left to live, so yellow needs to take these two. Like that. Can draw in this border, draw in this border. So let's write in this row. Let's see. We need a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4, amusingly. That's not a 4. That's not a 1 for sure. This can't be a 1 or a 4, because if it were a 1 or a 4, it would get repeated. It's not allowed. So this is a 2, 3, or 4 only. Yeah, Naverio, I totally agree. What the hell? These two digits, I know exactly what they are. I need a 1 for the row, and the 1 for the row can only go there. And now I need a 2 for the row, so the 2 for the row goes there. So this isn't a 2, it's a 3 or a 4. Let's see. So this is the 4, because I have a 1, 2, 3 triple in the row, so that's a 4. 1, 2. I need a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's too many digits, isn't it? Oh no, that's this might be my favorite chaos construction I've ever done, actually. This is not a 5. I can at least go that far. This is not a 6. This is not a 5. It's not an 8 either. It's a 3 or a 6 only. Green can't repeat the 4. Didn't I already do that? I think so. Okay. There's an uncolored 4. Oh, the uncolored 4. Right. This uncolored 4 cannot belong to green. Thank you. It must be yellow because green already has a 4. So this is yellow. And again, now, same trick as we keep using. These two yellows have to connect. They either connect this way or they connect straight through these cells. But even if they connect this way, they isolate these two cells, forcing these two cells to be yellow. Now yellow can't repeat a 3, and so this is a 6. Let's see. That probably does something. This isn't a 6. This isn't a 6. Maybe it does actually almost nothing. Let's see. We need a 1, 2, 3 for the row. We've got a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we need a 9. This can't be a 1 or a 9. Can this really be anything? Oh no, these can't be 3, because I can't repeat 3 at all. Oops. Well, how about that instead? Is that better? These can't be 3, because yellow can't repeat 3. So that's the 3. So that's the 2. So these aren't 2, or a 1, 9 pair. Let's see, this column is missing almost nothing. So let's fill it in. We need a 1, we've got a 2, we need a 3, we've got a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9. But these aren't 1 by our gray ones over there, so therefore that is 1. And this one's not 3, so it's 8, and that's 3. And as soon as that's a 3, I can't repeat the 3 in here, so that's a 5. So that's a 3, and that's a 6. This is not a 3. It is a 1 or a 2. Giving us this unfortunate 1, 2, 3 triple. Except it's resolved because this 3 down here gives me that this is a 1, 2, 3. So this is not a 3 for many reasons. It is a 5 or an 8. Let's see. What about this column? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are what's left. This is not 1 or 3 or 8, so it is a 9. 8 has already appeared there, so that's a 1 and that's a 9. Making progress. So, that 3 looks up and gives me a 5 and a 3 up here. So now this column seems very achievable. We've got a 1, 2, 3. I'm rooting for you, David. You can do it. 4. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I ruined it for you. I can fill in a 9 there at the end anyway if it'll make you feel better. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 4, 6 pair, and we know the order, so that's a 6 and that's a 4. That makes this cell green, because yellow can't repeat a 6. So let's fill in this row. We've got 1, we need 2, we've got 3, 4, 5 we need, 6, 7, and 8 we need. These are 2, 5, and 8. This one is not 5 or 8, so therefore it is a 2. It doesn't want to fill in very nicely, but it will eventually if I try enough. Oops, darn it. This one can't be a 5 either, so it's an 8 and a 5. So let's see. This column, I can get that that's an 8. This cell and this cell are a 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 and a 9 is what's left. So that's the 6 and that's the 9. This cell, that cell's an 8. So now this is not 1, 8, or 9. So it's a 3. So this row needs a 1. And so we need to look, and so now we need to very carefully sort this out, because, right, okay. So here's how to think about it without having to ruin the suspense for people who are still wondering what the bet cell is going to be. Yellow needs every digit. So in particular, yellow needs an 8. Well, there's no way this cell is an 8, because that cell's an 8, and you can't repeat an 8 in the column. So this cell needs to be where yellow gets an 8. And so that finishes yellow. And then we can finish green. And then we get to look at, and the bet cell works out to be a 2. And then we did it! Woohoo! Really nice puzzle. Solve time ended up looking like something close to 3 hours, but I think a lot of that was, like 2 of it was solving, and then an hour of it was screaming about the internet being dumb. Awesome puzzle. Oh, am I missing a piece of inside border? Yes, I'm missing this piece of outside border, at least. I think I have all the rest of my border, don't I? I think so. Could be wrong. Solid 3 out of 5 for difficulty? Yeah, that seems fair. Once I reread the rules and understood that twin cells weren't in twins, it was very well telegraphed what we had to do, because there were all of these 7s. And then it was clear, like, okay, all these 7s have to connect. It did take me a while to fully wrap my brain around the rules. I had to read them more than once. But once I absorbed them, it was pretty clear what to do at most steps. So I was happy with that. I thought that one was a lot of fun. Alrighty. We have 2 coloring puzzles left, so I'm going to take a short break, and then come back, and we will do more coloring puzzles. So look forward to that in just a bit. See you soon. Alrighty, welcome back, folks. Hopefully everyone is doing well. Our internet seems to have stabilized at dropping 15% of frames. So if you are new or have not seen this addressed, our internet is encountering some sort of additional unusual adventure today. So we are persistently dropping frames, but you might have to watch on a slightly lower quality than you normally do, but fortunately the algorithms seem good enough that it seems like people are able to follow along okay, so hopefully that is the case for you. It is something for the internet in this entire area that is being a little weird, so not much we can do about it. But hopefully everything is bearable, and we can do that. Alrighty. So let's look at Chameleon's puzzle. So this is the penultimate of the puzzles. So we have normal Sudoku rules apply. White dots join cells with consecutive digits. So if this was... Oops. Where did my mouse go? There we go. So if this was a 6, this could be a 7. Usual definition of white dots. Not all dots are given. And the least common multiple of all digits connected by a gray line is lower than 10. Could be different numbers. All digits connected by a gray line. Okay. And that doesn't mean pairwise, right? That really means for the entire line, if I take this, right? So 2, 3, I guess that doesn't, it's for the entire line. Okay. So, all digits, their least common multiple. Okay. That means no 5s or 7s are going on this line, this giant line at all. Because as soon as a 5 or 7 goes on this line, well, it's got to have something on it that's not a 1, and that already blows the bank. Same for 7. Same for 9, actually. Yeah, I could do 931, but there's 4 digits on here. So I'm just going to do it in this box, and then I'll look and see if it does anything sudokologically. But 7, 9, and 5 are all ruled off of this big line. Could I have an 8 on here? If I had an 8 on here, what are the things I could have on it? I could have 1, 2, 4, and 8. That's it. Is it possible that every single one of these is a 1, 2, 4, 8 triple? I don't immediately see why they can't all be 1, 2, 4, 8 triples. I mean, I guess they're either 1, 2, 4, 8 triples, or they're 1, 2, 3, 6 triples. Sorry, quadruples. Oh, bet cell. Do you have a good bet cell, Chameleon? As it would happen, 1, 2, 4, and 8, and 1, 2, 3, and 6 are both sets of size 4. So actually, in all possible universes, this is just a quadruple, is the point. These are a quadruple. So I'm going to color the digits on the line green. And so I'm going to green everywhere along this entire line. Okay. Every row, column, and box, of course, has 4 green digits. So we need that. This also, as Judith points out, this line also needs 4 different digits. And if it needs 4 different digits, then again, the least common multiple needs to be 6 or 8. So because whatever the least common multiple is, you just count the number of divisors, and that's the number of numbers that could be on it. So in particular, 1 is always in green. I mean, I've got all the green cells except in the center box. What I'd really like to be able to do is place all the green cells in the center box. But I don't immediately see how I'm going to do that. Okay, here's an interesting thing. This line in here is interesting. So what if green is 1, 2, 4, 8? Let's just imagine the world where green is 1, 2, 4, 8. Then I guess this has to be 3, 9, right? Because that's literally the only thing it can be. What about the world where this is... okay, so in one world this is 1, 2, 4, 8 with a 3, 9. The other world is that this is a 1, 2, 3, 6, in which case, what is this? Isn't this broken now? 4, 5. So my options are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I could do 4, 8, right? Okay, so it could be 4, 8, right? So yeah, I can't do. Yeah, sorry, I don't even know. I even put a 6 there, or a 0. It's not 7, right? It would have to be 4, 8. Okay. So what I actually know, and this is a ridiculous thing to mark, but we're going to mark it anyway, is that in fact, these are either 4, 8 or 3, 6, sorry, or 3, 9. Oh, darn it. No, that doesn't work. Sorry, I was more optimistic than I should have been. This is either 4, 8 or it's 3, 9. Those are the options. This could go either way. Okay. Now, Judith points out wisely, I know that 5, 7, and 9 are not involved, because I know the GCD of this. Sorry, one second. I know the GCD of, the least common multiple of this line is also 6 or 8. And so these cells are the only places I can put 5, 7, or 9 in the box. And so we get these little 5, 7, 9 triples over down there, down there. So we could go ahead and make those yellow just so that we can have a coloring scheme of sorts. So I think you're right. I think this could be 3, 6 or 3, 9. I think those are both options. So I think, right, it could also be 6. Oops. Okay. Okay. These two cells are also yellow because there are 3 yellows I have to fit in, because, well, these 2 yellows have to go in this box. The only place they go is there, so these are yellow. So these are definitely 5, 7, 9. Oops. I'm going to get rid of the 5, 7, 9 in the corner now that we've sort of figured this out. only one of row 8, column 7, and row 8, column 8 can be yellow. Right, 5, 7, and 9. I can only have one yellow on here, because all of the yellows are odd. Okay, how about over here? I think over here is a good... Oh, no, not quite. Darn it. I thought that was going to be the right place to apply it. Actually, yeah, I can. Where in column 2 is the other yellow? This is a yellow. And where in column 3 is another yellow? This is the only other place for a yellow. They're boxed out of everywhere else. So these are yellow. Yes, 1 and 2 are definitely always on the 4-cell lines. So there's some more 5, 7, 9s. Let's see. So row 8, column 5 is definitely yellow. Oh, right, because of row 8. Okay, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at row 8. Right. In row 8, the only place I can put one yellow over here, and I can put one yellow here, so this is definitely yellow. It's a 5, 7, or 9. One of these is 5, 7, 9, so for what it's worth, that means that these are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's a little ridiculous, but we'll go with it. Let's see. Row 9, column 6. I would believe that row 9, column 6 ends up being a 9. That's very plausible. But unfortunately, I could have a yellow on here with a 9. But if I don't, it's okay, because I have two sort of outlets for it. Okay, so what's not green and not yellow? Let's make those purple. These digits are purple. And they're the same digits as those two purples. And actually, I think I don't want to do purple. I think I want to do purple and red. So rather than just purple, I think I'm going to make these digits, instead of being purple, those are red. These are two specific digits that appear in all of these places. I don't know if it's going to do anything, but it might. Possibly, maybe. I mean, red has to go in one of these two now. What are the possibilities for red and purple? Good point, because there's no 5, 7, or 9 on this dot. These have to be from 1, 2, 3, 4. And 3, 4 just doesn't work. Because 3 and 4 aren't allowed to be on this. So this is from 1, 2, 3 with a 2 on it. That was Garian's spot. That was very nice. Red in row 8, says MathPesto. Red is here. And so this is yellow. So this is just 5, 7, 9. Red is even. So red is 4, 6, or 8. Let's see. So yeah, so let's chase some 2s. I wasn't sure if this is going to be productive, but let's do it anyway. The 2s are going to be down here. Garian thinks it's useful, and Garian's usually right. So the 2 ends up over here, so the 2 ends up here. I don't know if that did anything. Yeah, well, it got us some pencil marks. So, yeah, the fact that the white dot over here doesn't have... Well, I mean, I guess the white dot over here was never allowed to have a 2 on it. Because there was always a 2 in green. There's always money in the banana stand, Michael. Let's see. Five, 7, 9 in column 8. Good point to Medi. 5, 7, 9 in column 8. Go here. This can't be a 5, 7, or 9, right? It cannot. That's not a 5, 7, 9. But yeah, I guess there's a few other options. Let's see. Andrew is suggesting subcoloring the greens into something and something, like we can have green blacks and green grays, because the green black pair we know ends up over here, so we know it ends up over here, so we know it ends up over here. The green gray pair therefore ends up there, and there, and there. It's the kind of thing that I'm used to finding does not do anything, but Andrew said it was helpful, so I will believe Andrew that it might be helpful. But I don't see it yet. Row 9, column 6. Row 9, column 6 isn't even marked as being able to be 7. If it's a 9, this is an 8. I think this being an 8 is... Oh, this being an 8... No, if this is a 9 and a 3, then this being an 8 is fine, I believe. Box 5 needs a 1 on the long line, I agree. Yeah, it could be an 8. 1, 2, 4, 8. Nicholas, 1, 2, 4, 8 is fine. Row 6, column 8. Can't be black. Right, that can't be black, so that's gray. That's a good point. So that's black. That's a good point to Martin. Row 9, column 6 can't be 8. Ah, right. This can't be 8, because if this were an 8, this would be a 7 or a 9. It can't be either. So I cannot get rid of 9, but I can get rid of 8. Because if this were an 8, I'd need this to be a 7 or a 9, and it can't be either 7 or 9. Ah, right. And this can't be a 6 either for the same reason. Yeah, so this... But 9 is fine, I think. Column 5 can't be a 4. Yeah, so this isn't a 4. I agree. So there is a red down here somewhere. I think you're a little behind, Nicholas. I already updated this, I believe. Unless you think there's something else I can remove. If you do, I'm happy to remove other things. If there's no 9 on here... I removed 6 from row 9, column 6 minutes ago, Nicholas. Oh, Lord, row 9, column 9 can't be yellow because of Fistamafel. That's so ridiculous. If it's true, I'm going to be happy. How many yellow cells are there on the Fistamafel ring? There are... there are at least 2. I need to get at least a 3rd. If I put this one here, I'd need a 4th. I guess it's not obvious to me that those can't both be yellow. I think that depends on whether black is 1-2 or black is 2-3. 57 thorns. Hey, I mean, if that Fistamafel thing had turned out to be right, I would have been thrilled. So, let's see. I do feel like I am missing something more fundamental. Okay, let's see. At 11 says there has to be a yellow on this white dot. What happens in the world where there's not a yellow in the white dot? If there's not a yellow on the white dot, then this is a purple-red pair. Ah, that's the point. So that is beautiful. Okay. So purple and red are, well, red is 4, 6, or 8. If this cell is yellow, then this is purple and red, and that's saying that purple and red are consecutive. Well, just try it. 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9. All of those have GCD greater than 10. That doesn't work. So I cannot put purple and red next to each other. Basically, if purple and red are consecutive, that's going to make their least common multiple very big. Purple and red are not consecutive. So this cell is purple or red. It's not yellow. That was a beautiful observation by Ad11. I am impressed by that one. So there is a yellow on this dot. I need to get 3 yellows in this row. I absolutely can't put a yellow in either of these two, so those 3 have to be yellow. Well spotted. So that gives us a 5, 7, 9. That means that these two are purple-red. That means that this is yellow. This is purple. This is 5, 7, 9. Uh, so oh, okay. People want me to use Fistamifel. Okay, just for chat, we're going to use Fistamifel. Oh, sadly, Sean has gone and ruined our application of Fistamifel by noting that you could just place a yellow in row 7. We're gonna get to use Fistamifel in a completely gratuitous way, but we sadly do not get to. Let's see. Okay. So this column is interesting, I suppose. So this isn't a 9 anymore. Andrew points out completely correctly. This is a 3, 6, or 8. I wish I knew more about what purple was. So this is a purple, a red, and a yellow. There's a purple, a red, and a green. I don't know that there's any reason this can't be purple, red. Sadly. I mean, actually, don't I know that both purple and red have to show up on this line? I think I do. Because what are the two possibilities? Okay, one possibility, and I'm just going to write this in up here. Don't let me keep this here. One world is that green is 1, 2, 3, 6. In which case, what is purple, red? In that case, purple and red are 4 and 8. It's the only two possibilities, right? Can't use 5, can't use 7, can't use 9. In this instance, then these digits are 1, 2, 4, 8. So both purple and red would have to be among them. Okay. The other possibility is that this is 1, 2, 4, 8. In which case, then what am I using over here? Remember, I can't use 9. I have to use 3, 6. So, yeah, so it is true that purple and red do appear on here. And I can actually fill in, let me just fill in all the purples. Purple is 3, 6, 4, 8. Just for the record, so that I can know that for the future. Let's see. Nordy says yellow is placed in row 6. It's not there. Red is only 4, 6, 8. We have already ruled out that red is 3. I suppose I was already keeping track of the fact that red is 4, 6, 8, but I can fill it in. Okay, so this cell is 3, 6, or 8. It is therefore definitely purple or red. Yes, this cell is definitely purple or red. Because, well, I mean, I guess it's definitely purple or red because it's not yellow and it's not green. So this is purple or red. I don't know which one. Yeah, stupid 9 can run around over here. I mean, it almost certainly does, because how else are we disambiguating any of this? Either of these cells could be yellow, Martin. That is the that is the annoying part, is that yellow could go here. And albeit my bet earlier was wrong, I'm still going to say my bet is that this is yellow. Yellows in row 6 are placed. Okay, yellow is not here. Yellow is not here. Do I know which of these two is yellow? Actually, wait. Aren't yellows in box 5 placed? I can't put a yellow one here. Aren't these the only things that can be yellow in box 5, and hasn't that been true since the beginning of the puzzle? I think these have been given to be yellow forever. Oh, both are yellow because I can't count. Thank you. Yes, yes. Both are yellow because I can't count. Thank you. Oh, right. No. Sorry. Judith is right. I don't know that these are yellow, because I can put a 9 on this line again. Yeah, just like down here, I can put a 9 on here. So that sadly does not work. I can put a 9 with a 3. But not there because of the triple, right? In this row, in row 6, it's still true to say these are the only 2 spots for a yellow. Because there's a triple here, so I don't have to think about the line at all. So these are from 5, 7, 9. Therefore, this is purple or red. That's a purple-red pair in the row. So this is not purple or red. And therefore it is green. Because only green, purple, and red are allowed to show up on these long lines. One of these is purple or red. And then... Okay. Okay, where does this cell go on the Y? This cell on the Y has to appear, and it has to go there. So this is purple or red. So that is one more purple-red that we get for ourselves. Right, and so this is a 1 or a 2. It's definitely true, several people in chat point out, because 1 and 2 is the commonality between... One of them is 1, 2, 3, 6, one of them is 1, 2, 4, 8. Yeah, where's the last purple-red in this column? It can't be here anymore, because now there's a purple-red pair. In fact, there's no purple... Oh, no. What am I talking about? Anyway, the last purple-red is now there. So this is purple or red for column 5. Great spot. So this is green for what it's worth. We cannot place the remaining 5 and the remaining 5, 7, 9 in box 5, Nicholas, because 9 is allowed to go on this line. Yeah, the next, the other purple-red goes on one of these two. That's correct. We actually know a couple different proofs of that. So yeah, which of these two is 9? That's really the question. One of those two is almost certainly going to be 9, but I don't know which one. It's going to go with a 3. Maybe, possibly. Seems likely to me, at least. Let's see. Why not here, Nicholas? This purple, red, and green, but I don't know which thing. Is there a reason why? I mean, I know there's a purple or a red that's next to yellow. Or sorry. Oh, is there a reason purple or red couldn't be next to green? No. Because it could be at 2, say. And, like, I don't know that this is 1, 2. It could be 2, 3, in which case this would be black. Or if this is 2, 3, this could be not black. It could be gray. Is it possible this cell is green? No. This cell can't be green. Oh, wait. How many are there? Are 4 greens in this box somewhere. 2 of them are on this line. 1 of them is here. Okay, this could be the last green for the box. I guess one of these 2 is the last green. One of them is a 5, 7, 9. No 1, 2 on the short line. Correct. Yeah, the stubby line could be 3, 6 or 4, 8. Oh, is it not possible it's green, green? No, it could be 3, 6 or 4, 8. That's fine. That is okay. There was some earlier discussion that we knew, like, that some digit was 6, but I don't know if chat gave up on that or not. Yeah, so the odd digit on this is 1 or 3. So so these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. For whatever that is worth. Yeah, this green is 3, 6, 4, or 8, if we want to really, invest in our notation. I don't think we know that 9 is on short lines in column 6. I mean, I think we know in our heart of hearts it's true, but only from thinking about this from a setting point of view, not from thinking about it from a solving point of view. Purple is not 6. If purple is 6, right, if purple is 6, then red is 3, and red can't be 3, as we've already discussed. So purple is not 6. I can agree with that. Interesting. I'm trying to not let my brain get too messy about this, because there's definitely, like, this is definitely the sort of puzzle where a lot of people would just bifurcate. I guess I can fill in this is 4, 6, or 8, for whatever it is worth. So this is 4, 6, or 8, for whatever it's worth. Row 3, column 1. Row 3, column 1 is gray by definition, I think. yellows in column 6. There are 3 spots in column 6 for the last yellow, I think. Yeah, no problem, Nordy. It's weird that purple and red are their own colors, and then yellows are 3 groups, and gray and black are groups of 2. The collection of colors here is interesting. Yeah, there's too many options for yellows, I believe. Row 3, column 1 is another 4, 6, 8. Yeah, I was debating, and then I lost interest. I was debating whether I knew it was the same 4, 6, 8 as that one. But I don't think I do, because these could be a 4, 8 pair, for example. Hey, every little bit helps. Very strange. Okay. I guess I could write in what the possibilities for this digit are. Right? It could be 3, 6, 4, 8, or 9, like our thing before. Use row 6, column 8. To remove gray. So you want to subcolor the grays, basically, is what you're suggesting, Nordy? Row 5, column 2 equals row 6, column 6. That's true. I'll use circles for that. Those 2 cells are the same by Sudoku. I mean, I'm not strictly speaking opposed to subcoloring things. Hey, LSF, I hope you're having a good day. Likewise, I suppose I could say these 2 are definitely the same. Row 7, column 8 is circle. Right, those 2 both see circle, so that's circle. Row 7, column 8 is a circle. Row 3, column 4 is a circle. Right. And so this one's an X. And so this is neither a circle nor an X. And so that's an X. This is going to be oddly useful, isn't it? Now, where is circle in column 5? Circle in column 5 is here. Let's see. This was the whole point, wasn't it? Was to subcolor the things. Let's see. X in box 2. X in box 2! X in box 2! X in box 2 is placed. X has to go here. Which means this is yellow. Okay, and so this is purple-red. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to start boxing in the one that's none. This is none of circle and other thing. So let's see. I think I had a couple others of those. This is none. Circle in box 7. Yeah, this is a circle just by Sudoku, so this is an X. So this is none. So this is an X. So this is none. So this is a circle. So this is an X. This is none. So this is a circle. So this is none. This is a circle. This is none. This is an X. All right. Subcoloring is super cool when it works. Unfortunately, I think it did not tell me the thing I actually want to know, which is this stupid cell yellow or not? No. It's good. One of these two is yellow. I don't know which one, but those are the only two places for yellow in the column. So one of them is 9. So none is 9. We actually have a digit. I don't know how I expected that to work. Sorry, none is 9. None is 9. And that is going to get us a collab digit dance from the Happy Penguins, who have gotten most of the day off, so they're very happy. Wow! Penguins. So many penguins. Yes, so none is 9. You can tell because you only had to change one letter. So let's go ahead and note that means red is 8. So now red is 8. So if red is 8, purple is 4. Purple is 4. So green is 1, 2, 3, 6 for whatever it's worth. So in particular, this cell, which is 4, 6, or 8, it is only 6. And this cell, which is 4, 6, or 8, it is only 6. This cell, which is 4, 6, or 8, it is only 6. Okay. Let me highlight all the yellow and write in that yellow is not 9 anymore. There we go. I think I did that without destroying the world, right? Oh, no, there's 2 more 9s that are over here. 2 more nunny 9s. Yes, I missed some 9s. Thank you for checking that. Okay, so this is not 4 or 8 anymore. It is only 3 or 6. So this is not 4 or 8 anymore. It is only 3, 6, or 9. Wait, no. This is 4 or 8. So this is not the one that's 9. Because this is 4 or 8, and so it's an 8. And so this is a 4. And so this has to be the one that's 9. So this is my 9, which is going to get the fancy box. This is also a 9 that can get a fancy box. So that's how that gets resolved. So that's a 3. This is purple. So this can be red. So now this is not purple. So this is not red. This cell now is green. So it's a 1 or a 2. Right, because it's a green that's in this box. So it's a 1 or a 2. So this is not a 1 or a 2. It's a 3 or a 4. In fact, actually, we have all the greens in this row. So this is purple-red. Oh, and we knew we had purple-red on this Y anyway. I just am totally forgetting things. Anyway, this is not a 4. Or sorry, not a 3, so it's a 4. And so that's an 8. This being a 4 means it is purple, so not red. This being an 8 means it is not purple, so it is red. So this is purple. This is red. This is purple. This is red. We can go ahead and fill those in. That's a 4, 8, 4, 8, 4, 8. This has to be a 3 now because it's adjacent to 4, and it's not yellow. So that's a 3. This is also a 3 because it's adjacent to 4. So that is something, if you will. Let's see. All right, so I can just write these in. These are from 1 to 6. So this is a 3 just by Sudoku. That's what I should be looking at. This is a 3 by Sudoku. So this is a 6 by Sudoku. I think I'm going to get rid of the subcoloring on the greens. I think the subcoloring on the greens was not where it was at. I think the subcoloring on the yellows was where it was at. And we got to play some tic-tac-toe, and that was fun. This is green, so it's a 6 immediately. So that's a 6 by Sudoku. These are not 6. Let's see. These are a 1-2 pair. And by virtue of that, this is a 3, meaning that's a 2, meaning that's a 1. These are a 1-6 pair, and I know the order. So this is a 2 and a 1. That's a 3 and a 2. That's a 1. I need a 3, so that's the 3, and that's the 2. Let's see. These are a 1-6 pair. I don't think I can resolve that yet. These are a 2-3 pair. I don't think I can resolve that yet. This, though, is a 3 by Sudoku. I am noticing. So that's a 2 and a 3. So that's a 2, and that's a 1. And that's a 2. And these are 1 and 6. Oh, that 2 looks over here and gives me a 1 and a 2. So this row needs a 1, so that's a 6. That's a 1 and a 6. Oh, I see. Chat has been saying, look at the crop key forever. And I keep being like, no, I've used all the crop key, but there's a crop key here. So this is a 5. So X is 5. Excellent. I kept looking at this and being like, but both 5 and 7 are next to 6. Okay. These are 5. Doop. And so these are... Oh, that's a 5 as well. This is a 7. And that's a 2, and that's a 1. Excellent. Very fun little puzzle. I enjoyed that quite a bit. That was definitely that was definitely one of the sorts of things I imagined when I described sort of like new-ish or like puzzles that colored in a new way. This sort of coloring this collection of digits in this way was very novel, sort of figuring out like, okay, how do I want to color this? What do I want to color? What do I want to subcolor? This was an adventure and sort of discovering your language for solving the puzzle, which I really liked. I am very happy that you were here to see that. I kept looking over in chat and seeing you weren't there, but yeah, that was a great puzzle. I really liked that one. Yes, there are 9 bet cells, so if you bet 7, then you win 9 times the normal prize. That is true. All right, so that means there is 1 coloring puzzle left. So I'm going to take a short break and then come back, and we're going to do the last coloring puzzle. So I will see you all very shortly. Oops. Alrighty, and we're back with the final coloring puzzle. So this is, it seems, just a region sum lines puzzle. The way region sum lines work is that if you take one of these lines, probably this is the best one, then the sum of all of the digits in that region along the line is the same for each region. However, when the region enters and leaves, the count resets. So these two sum to the same as this one, sum to the same as this one. So in particular, that means these two are the same. And actually, everywhere in this picture that you see a length 2 region sum line, that is telling you those two cells have the same digit in them. So these two are the same, these two are the same, these two are the same. So we've got clones all over the place. And by the way, there's different colors of lines, but all the lines are region sum lines. The colors are just so that you can maybe possibly parse out what on earth is happening. Maybe possibly might be the most I can hope for at the moment, because my brain is still pretty... My brain definitely does not love trying to parse this, but I will do my best. Okay. So I think I want to start with these length 3 ones. So those are all the same. It is your puzzle. These are all the same. And I know that yellow and green are different, so I'm not too concerned about that. I hope so too, tesseralis. I expect that I will. All of, by the way, if you're a viewer who's never submitted to any of these things, all of the puzzles that get done on the sort of the challenge streams, they're all tested by people, so we know that they're of quality. So I am expecting good things. Jay has a good point, which is that a lot of these things touch box 5, so I can sort of color along the way and say, like, oh, these are red. Red's definitely not yellow or green. These are purple. Okay, purple's definitely not red, yellow, or green. Oh wait, this is a trio too. I didn't see this was a trio. That one can be blue. And then this one can be orange. I'm gonna run out of colors very quickly. This one can be gray. These two can be black. Chad is very excited by the idea of using Fistemafel's theorem with this. I am less excited by that idea. But the gray is obliterating. Yeah, this line. Yeah, unfortunately, I think I need to use all 9 colors that are available to me, which means this is going to be light gray, but the colors are horrible. Which has nothing to, which is of course not tesseralis' fault. This is just something that Sven has been working on in CTC, is the fact that the A, including 9 colors, is not good, because you want more than 9 colors, because you need 9 colors for your 9 regions or whatever. But also, yeah, that's a good idea, Jay. I can go over this line like that, just to make sure we know that this line is here. That is an excellent suggestion. That makes this much easier. So yeah, so we've got that. That is a good idea. Each time the line enters, Nell, the count resets. So for example, these 2 cells sum to green. Yeah, the line being able to go diagonal, I think, it is a huge asset. Let's see, row 5, column 2. To someone was saying something about a naked single, but it went away. I think I drew this line correctly. Let's see. Andrew's saying the gray line sum. Oh, the gray lines. Okay. Right. The gray line being the now green line. Because if any corner box contains a 1 on the gray line, then 1 is locked out of at least 9. I was trying to figure out how on earth we were going to get to exactly 9, which is why I was reading it slowly and carefully. Yeah, the needs to be at least 9. That is certainly true. Let's see if I could probably even slightly improve it, because I know that this is 7 cells. 7 cells sums to at least 28. 31. So 3 times the sum is at least 31. So I can improve by 1 and say that the sum needs to be at least 10, I think. Probably if I did this sort of really whole hog, I might be able to do that. Oh yeah, right. Screaming Ice Cube is right. I rounded the wrong way. It's at least 11. Let's see. The gray-green line in row 3. Why can't I put 8 and 9 on this line? All I have is a lower bound. I don't have an upper bound on this sum yet. Yeah, I don't see any reason to suspect anything about these digits as of yet. Let's see. Yeah, it certainly has to be at least 11, I believe we have proven, because we know that if I sum these 3 boxes of lines, the absolute minimum I can make this is 31. So it's at least a third of 31, so it's at least 11. See, Garion says we can get an upper bound of 19, which is unfortunately very, very, very far away from 11. I'm trying to see if I can make any sense at all out of the these 2 cells sum to yellow business, but it's such a blur of color. It is hard to make immediate sense out of any of these. This is a little bit like Meme Rister's puzzle for the same challenge. Where does row 6, column 9? go in row 7? I don't think I have any idea. Is your point that... Okay, so what values can this cell be? It can be light gray. It can be dark gray. It can't be black. It can't be green. It could be purple. It can't be orange. It can't be red. Sorry, it could be red. It can't be yellow, and it can't be blue. So it is one of these. And so when I go to look at row 7, is the point I can't put it here? No, I even could if it's light gray. Unfortunately. Let's see. It is true that we have 2 more pairs of these are the same digit floating around. So we could do what we did previously and say, okay, these are both circle. These are both X. And then we could open up the possibility that we might be able to place circle somewhere. Yeah, so these pairs are the same digit, and then I've got a lot of these other sort of extraneous looking ones floating around. So we've got those, and then we've got these as well. None of which look useful right away. Sleep well, Nicholas. Thanks for hanging out. See. Row 6, column 2. Oh yeah, I didn't even see this one. What can this one be? Let's write in the possibilities. Okay, so can it be light gray? Yes. Can it be dark gray? No. Can it be black? No. Can it be green? No. Can it be purple? No. Can it be orange? No. Can it be red? I think so. Can it be yellow? I think so. Can it be blue? No. So yeah, so this is only those 3 colors. That's because basically this pair sees this sort of slice in both directions. That was a good spot, Judith. That was fairly restricted. Should remove light gray. Oh yeah, I don't know how this became light gray. It's not supposed to be light gray. Dark gray in row 6 is in one of these 2 cells. Row 3, column 7 is similarly constrained. Let's look at it. Row 3, column 7. Right. Okay, let's write in what the possibilities are here. So could be light gray, can't be dark gray, could be black, could be green, can't be purple, can't be orange, can't be red, can't be yellow, can't be blue. So yeah, black, green, and light gray are the options for that one for similar reasons. Let's see. Can prove that row 6, column 9 equals row 7, column 4. Okay. From my previous comment. Okay, I did not see Jay's previous comment. Let's scroll back to Jay's previous comment. Row 6, column 3 and 9. Row 6, column 3 and 9 have to go in row 7, column 1 and 4, by clones. Okay, so you take, for example, this cell and ask where it's going in this row, and it can only go in one of these two. It can't go there, so it can only go in one of those two. And you do the same for sorry, there's just no way to denote this. And then you do the same for row 6, column 9, and ask where that can go in row 7, and it can't go there, of course. Could go there, can't go here, can't go here, so it could go there. So yeah, so these 2 digits are these 2 digits. That's the, that is Jay's point. So I have, I guess I can, okay, so these 2, I do have one more notational tool available to me. Those 2 cells are these 2 cells, is the point of all of this. Okay. So now, why does that matter? I don't know yet. I have not made it that far in thing. I despise the letter tool, I am afraid to say. I would really, really, really prefer to not use the letter tool if I can at all avoid it. I like using keyboard shortcuts, and the letter tool does not interact kindly with that. Let's see. Okay, so after taking out the clone pairs, okay, so Jay is now saying to look at these 2 rows together. But row 3, I can't follow this, I don't think. Light gray is not black, I agree. So I can't figure out quite what set or whatever Jay is trying to get me to do. Row 6, column 3, and row 7, column 4 are not the same because of the long line sum. Oh, right. Okay, that's gorgeous. That is very cool. Okay, so those 2 aren't the same. Okay, so I fear the time has come. These 2 can't be the same, so regrettably, I now have to say those 2 are the same and these 2 are the same. Because, and I'll explain the argument for you just in case you missed this, I know that these 2 cells were the same as these 2 cells. That argument was nice. But also, these 2 were not able to be the same because of this sum and the fact that these sums are definitely different. Okay, so now we can look at what colors can B. So B could be light gray. It can't be dark gray. It can't be black. Can't be green. Can't be purple. Can't be orange. Can't be red. Can't be yellow. And can't be blue. Okay, so B is light gray. Okay, so we can immediately get rid of the B. Okay, so B just is light gray. And we can get rid of this this extra notation just to try and clean this up as much as possible. I guess I don't need this around the A's anymore. So let's now write out what A is. These, by the way, these are not light gray anymore, just for the record. What about A? A can't be light gray, can't be dark gray, can't be black, can't be green, can't be purple, can't be orange, could be red, could be yellow, and can't be blue. So we have a sort of red-yellow pair going on here. So if we want to deepen our investment in the letter genre, we can put B's here. So these are a red-yellow pair. These are a red-yellow pair, if you like. Okay. So that makes these two cells a pair. What colors are these two cells? So they're not light gray. One of them is dark gray. Oh, and I even know which one. This one has to be dark gray, because that one can't be dark gray. So that's dark gray and that's dark gray. And this one now is just given. It is the remaining one. It's not light gray, not dark gray, not black, green. It's purple. This is purple, and this is purple. Okay, and now I can get rid of these. Okay. So that's some progress. So what do I look at from here? We do the same thing in row 3 and 4. Remove light gray from the X. Right, X can't be light gray anymore. Okay, so we're really going to have to repeat this whole thing. So the question is, where can this go in row 4? And it could go there or there. And then we can ask the same question, where can this go in row 4? And it could go there or there. So if we repeat this, these two cells are the same as these two cells. And so then we do the same trick of these two can't be the same, so these two must be. These two can't be the same. This is my favorite part of this puzzle. These two can't be the same because of the sums. It would not have the same sum otherwise. So we're going to go ahead and say, okay, so this is going to be C, and C, and D, and D. And now we're going to go ahead and go, I guess we don't have any choice. We're going to go just cell by cell and try all the colors. Can this be light gray? I think it can. Can it be dark gray? No. Can it be black? No. Green? No. Purple? No. Orange? No. Red? No. Yellow? No. Blue? No. Okay, so these are light gray. Okay, so again, I can get rid of the C's immediately. Always appreciated. So those are light gray. And now what about the D's? They can't be light gray. Can't be dark gray. They could be black or green. Can't be purple. I feel like they could be orange, actually, which is unfortunate. No, they can't be orange, because there's an orange in this column. Can't be orange. Can't be red. Can't be yellow. Can't be blue. Okay. So we can just go back and see these. And then I can get rid of the X's, because the X's were kind of horrible. Maybe not as horrible as letters. Definitely not as horrible as letters, but if I am going to have letters, then having extra further colorings is just making life worse. Okay. So, what is left in each of these rows? This row is missing. Let's see. It's got light gray, dark gray, black, green, purple. It's missing an orange. It's missing orange and blue. So this one can't be blue. So this one's orange. And this is blue and blue. And now this should be given. It should also be orange. Oh, it's super given because I put one side of an equal sum line on it. Okay, so that is green. Sorry, that is orange and orange. Let's see. I also just find like parsing grids with letters incredibly unpleasant. So using the pen tool is more useful because then I don't do tons of other things. Let's see. I guess probably now this is restricted. I think I'm just going to have to go thing by thing. Let's see. Can this be light gray? No. Dark gray? Yes. Black? No. Green? No. Could be purple. Orange? No. Red? No. Yellow? No. Blue? No. Okay, so this is these are purple or gray. Let's just go around. Not light gray. Not dark gray. Could be black, not green, not purple. Could be orange. Can't be red or yellow or blue. Okay. Is this gonna be an XY ring? Are we gonna get an XY ring on colors? I think we're gonna get an XY ring on colors. That is my prediction as to where this is going, but we'll see. Not light gray, not dark gray, not black, not green, not purple, could be orange, can't be red, can't be yellow, could be blue. And these are, see, not light gray, not dark gray, not black, not green, could be purple, not orange, could be red, I think. Not yellow and not blue. Okay, that did not quite work out how I thought it was going to, I'm going to be honest. Oh, I really could have done this much more easily, because whatever color this was, it had to go over here, and then I could have just asked one by one if it could be these, rather than going through the entire color list. Same here, and so on. So there was a slightly more efficient way to do that. Let's see. Green in column 6. Ah, yes, green in column 6 now can only go here. Excellent spot. Yellow in column 4 from Judith can only go here. Let's see. One of these two is yellow. I don't think I know which one. Annoyingly, I know one of these two is blue, but I don't know which one. It's the remaining pair in box 4. So I was thinking it was going to be an XY ring, spelled that way. Which I don't think has anything to do with an X-wing or a Y-wing. an XY ring is where you have four, let's try and just make a mini one like here, just for sake. You have four cells where their pencil marks go something like 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 1, 4. And the conclusion of something like this is it's actually impossible that neither of these is 4. Because if neither of these is 4, what you've done is you've made this 1 and this 3, which has made both of these 2. And likewise around. So you get lots of eliminations in every which direction if they happen to come up. Okay, what are these two colors was also asked. So let's see. Not light gray, not dark gray. One of them is black. Not green, not purple. One of them is orange. And then let's just check, not red, yellow, or blue. Okay. And then these over here, let's fill in. Not light gray, not dark gray, not black, not green. We need a purple, not orange. We need a red, not yellow or blue. But I was expecting, so there's sort of like black here and orange, and then blue here and orange, and so I was expecting then, okay, well now this will be something and blue, and then it'll sort of wrap around that way. I think it's just called an XY ring because it involves 2 numbers in each cell, but I could be wrong. I am definitely not an expert on the terrible naming conventions that people have made for these things. Row 1, column 9 is blue. Well, that would be good. Let's see. Do we know this can't be blue for some complicated reason? Or is there a simple reason why this can't be blue? Light gray in column 3 can't be on the line. It would... I would totally believe that someone also calls it a WXYZ ring. That is a WXYZ ring. That sounds very very plausible. I was all excited because if this was blue, then this was going to be blue. Okay. So it's possible we're somehow going to get away with using the you can't have no 2 of these can overlap in 2 colors without overlapping in all 3 colors business. But do I have any, like, full sums on here that are useful? I don't think so. Okay, so maybe we want to look at if we can improve our estimate of the sum of the long line. That's very plausible. Garian is suggesting. I am fully with you, Screaming Ice Cube. I want to believe that this is blue because it would let me place a blue here, which would then place a blue here, which would do all kinds of great things to the world. I think it would place literally every blue in the grid, which would be ideal. X-Wing in columns 3 and 7 on white. Let's see. I know this one completely. Yeah, I also feel like I've seen this painting before. In column 3 and 7 on light gray. It is true that the light gray in these columns does go in these cells. Light gray in column 7 can't be in row 2. It would break C versus box 8. Okay, if this was light gray... right. So that's very cute, right? If this is light gray, then I know light gray plus green needs a black to finish, and light gray plus black needs a green to finish. So if this was light gray, this cell would need to be green or black, and it can't be. So that's not light gray. That's the light gray. And now where does light gray go in this column? Now light gray goes there. That's very slick. And now light gray goes here just by Sudoku. And now light gray goes here by Sudoku. And now we've placed all the light grays. That was a fantastic spot by @11 there. Let's see. And I guess it was set up so you could do exactly the same thing down here to see that this couldn't be light gray. I'm going to put squares around all the light gray cells just so that they don't disappear into the nothingness. And the void that we all... something. Okay. Since we have all the light grays, and light gray just tends to just disappear the second you look at it. Okay. So... light gray is only on the line twice. No, 3 times. Light gray's on the line... no, 4 times. Light gray's on the line 4 times. Interesting. I like Judith's intuition that the total is 15 and light gray is 5. That seems very plausible to me. Let's see. Okay, so let's color the candidates for row 2, column 7, and etc. We'll color the candidates for these. Okay. This can't be light gray. It could be dark gray. It can't be black. It can't be green. It could be purple. Can't be orange. Could be red. can't be yellow or blue. So I think this can be any of those three colors. Let's look at this one. Not light gray, not dark gray. I think it could be black. Can't be green, can't be purple. I think it could be orange. Can't be red, can't be yellow. And I think it could be blue. Let's see. Is there any of these combinations that definitely does not work due to some sort of line shenaniganery? Not that I see, unfortunately. Light gray is on the line 4 different times with 4 different combinations of other digits. We did notice that. So that makes gray 1, 5, or 9. I'm trying to understand why that would have to be the case, because whatever total we're making in the complement to gray, we need to be able to make it in 4 different ways. And so the point is the sum of the other digits has to be 0 mod 4. And because the sum of the other digits has to be 0 mod 4, that means I need to take away something that's 1 mod 4 because 45 is 1 mod 4. Got it. Okay. So gray is 1, 5, or 9. I believe that now. That's complicated but cool. Yep, Chili, you made it just in time for the very last of the coloring puzzles. So right, so the long line sum needs to be 12, 15, or 18 because it is 45 minus gray over 4. But you think that should be the Zeta Math does puzzles streamline? Zeta Math. Complicated, but cool. I could see that. I mean, I think almost certainly it's 15, because in these puzzles it's always 15, but I kind of don't want to just guess. 15 is magic. Let's see. Sadly, I think approximately 0 of our arrows do anything so far. It's actually somewhat fascinatingly true that actually we know A, B, C, and D are different for whatever it's worth. Let's see. It's purple and dark gray. Go with light gray, yeah. Sadly, I don't think the light gray is going to have any more impact. A and D appear twice on 2 cell lines. Let's see, row 9, column 6. No, row 9, column 6 is equal to row 2, column 7. This and that are the same? That seems very plausible. I keep wanting to look at, like, for example, is it possible neither of these is purple? Does something break if neither of these is purple? So the world where this is dark gray and this is red. But I don't think so, because I think all that does is put a purple there and a purple there, and I think that's okay. I can mark this in, that this is purple, dark gray, red. Row 2, column 9. Means that D is less than C. I agree that D is less than C. This cell can't be 9. And there's a similar effect over... oh, actually not. There's not a similar effect over here because it's purple over here, so I actually don't know how A and B are related. This cell is the same as that cell. Row 1, column 4 is the same as row 8, column 3. Yep, so this is blue, orange, black. I'll take it. Oh, interesting. One of these two is dark gray, which means one of these two is dark gray. I don't know if that does anything, but one of these two is dark gray. So this isn't dark gray. So let's see, what is this? It cannot be dark gray for the reason that I just said. So it's not light gray, it's not dark gray, it's not black, it's not green. I think it could be purple. I think it could be orange. It's certainly not red, yellow. Unfortunately, I think it could be blue. So yeah, that's just gonna... that's... Even with that observation, I think this is just going to descend into chaos, isn't it? There's a similar observation that in this column, one of these two is black, so one of these two is black. So this cell is not black, but that doesn't really do anything, because there's already a black there. Let's see. Yeah, this is certainly devolving. D is less than C. I'm hoping I can avoid having to write out a bunch of algebra here. You have to destroy the existing boxes. Chaos destruction. I like it. I like it. See, do I want to like mark in what these are? This seems like this way madness lies. Is what it feels like to me. I cannot say I see anything interesting. Like, A is less than purple. Let's see. I could write down all the trios that I have. So I've got light gray, mead gray, plus purple is the same as red plus yellow plus light gray is the same as... I don't know what to do with that one. I guess I could use C and D. Oh, but no, even that cell, this cell up here, I have no idea what it is, so I'm not going to bother with that one. D plus yellow plus blue. Orange, blue, light gray. Let's see. Light gray plus green plus black. And let's see. A plus green plus medium gray. And, oh, I have not written down purple, medium gray, light gray yet. And then, where are my other arrows? Yeah, I have just this utterly useless thing, like green is A plus this. I do admit I dislike it anytime I have to pull out paper and pencil to do a puzzle. Although this one may have made it kind of inevitable, and the deduction that that we could place light gray because otherwise we'd have two different triples that overlapped in two cells. That deduction was cool enough; it made the present pain worthwhile. The two length segments in box 4 are 6 that are in row 5. So this green is A plus that business. Okay, row 2, column 9, Ranks says we can do things with. It's not light gray. It's not dark gray. It's not black. It's not green. I think naively it could be purple. Can't be orange. I think naively it could be red or yellow or blue. But Ranks believes we can rule a bunch of those out, which is interesting. Let's see. If this is red... if this is red... then this is red, and then these two sums are the same, and so these two digits would have to be the same, and they're not, so this is not red. That's cool. In fact, actually, the same is true if this is purple. If this is purple, this is purple. And now these are the same sum. These two digits would have to be the same. So this is not purple. That's cool. So this is only from blue or yellow. So let's see. So can we do exactly the same thing over down here? Let's just start not light gray, not dark gray. Could be black. Could be green. Can't be purple. Could be orange. Can't be red or yellow or blue. So let's see, is there something? So if this was orange or black. Oh no, it's backwards. Because if this were orange or black, it puts orange or black there, and that's fine. And then I'm not repeating the sum. It was only cool over here because of the geometry. Over here, it's useless. That was so cool getting to eliminate these two things, but it did absolutely nothing. Let's see. The constructor suggests thinking about the green line some more. Which sounds unpleasant, I'm going to be honest. I mean, we know it is 1 of 45 minus 1 over 4, which is 11. 45 minus 5 over 4, which is... wait. 45 minus... no. No, it's not 45 minus 1. What is it exactly? It is... okay, so the statement that is correct is that if I add this, 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 and this, I'm getting 45 plus 3 times gray, plus 3 times light gray. And then dividing that by 4, that is my sum. And so if light gray is 1, then my sum is 12. If light gray is 5, then my sum is 15. If light gray is 9, then my sum is 45 plus 27, whatever that is. 72 divided by 4. I don't think you can do that. 72 divided by 4 is 10, plus 32 divided by 4 is 8, so it's 18. 12, 15, or 18, those are the options. Okay, Ranks believes that he has proven that the green sum is not 18. See. Oh, do I need to, like, pull out a killer calculator and look at how many ways there are to make 12 and 3? If I'm supposed to know this from a killer calculator, just tell me that it's not 12. I don't care. That is way, way, way too ugly for me to contemplate. I'd like to understand Rank's point. Sum is D plus yellow plus blue, which means that C is yellow plus blue, which means that C plus yellow blue, whichever row 2 column 9 isn't. Okay, so we're saying, okay, so sorry, I am okay. I'm having a very difficult time figuring this out. Okay, so green sum is D plus yellow plus blue. I agree with that. Which means that it is C plus... I'm trying to figure out, how is it C plus? C is D plus this, not the other way around, right? Are we subtracting or something? Okay. Okay. So, I think people are saying by magic we can rule out 12 by thinking about killer calculator stuff. So killer calculator stuff, sum is not 12. And I'm trying still to decipher Rank's proof that that it's not 18 either. Let's see. Jay has a slightly nicer, maybe, killer calculator way to sort of try and recover this, which is to imagine that the total was 12, in which case light gray would be 1, and then the question would be, what are the ways to make 12 without 1? And they are, by exhaustion, 2, 3, 7, 2, 4, 6, and 3, 4, 5. And then you would have to look in the grid and see that there's 1, 2, 3... Do I know that these are all different? Let's see. I know that one is different from this one, because this one involves B and that one doesn't. I know that that one's different. And I know that this one's different. Okay. I think I can prove that all 4 of these are different. I'm just gonna go with it's not 12. I appreciate the effort to make this deduction more pleasant, but I'm finding it ugly even the nicer way. Let's see. Okay, so I'm pretend row 2, so I'm looking at Rank's point again. So pretend row 2 column 9 is yellow. Then the green sum is D plus yellow plus blue, which is C plus blue. Okay. None of this, by the way, to the constructor, none of this is to complain that that it is an invalid thing. I just tend to not like things that are based on knowing the table of killer cage values. But there are tons and tons of people who love deductions based on knowing the table of killer cage values, so it is perfectly acceptable to use them in constructions. It just always throws me. Yes. So one of these is C. And so, right, okay, I now understand Rank's point. And this is really nice. I actually really like this. So one of these is C. Either D plus yellow is C or D plus blue is C. In any event, the point is this is a sum of 2 digits, so it's at most 17. So I really like that argument. That is really nice. I don't know why that one took me as long to wrap my brain around as it did. But Ranksk's argument is perfectly valid. The sum is at most 17, and so we get to it is 12, 15, or 18, but it's not 18 and it's not 12, so it is 15. And so in particular, as foretold, light gray is 5. And so we have our official digit dance from the Penguins for the 5. Woohoo! La-ba, la-ba-da, la-ba-da-ba-ba, la-ba-da, la-ba-da, la-ba-da-ba-da, la-ba-da, la-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Woo! We got there. Okay, so now we've got all of our X's. So, okay, yes. So now I can unbox all of the 5s, because now we have 5s, and so now we no longer need to distinguish between light gray and white, which is why the 5s were previously boxed. But yeah, now we can get rid of all of these. Let's see. Yeah, that argument is very nice. It's hard to see, but this argument over here is very nice. With the blue-yellow pair. Let's see. Okay, so now, does light gray show up on an arrow or something? I don't know. No, light gray does not show up on an arrow anywhere. Yes, that's true. Ranksk is completely correct. The only reason why this argument was able to work at all is because of Ranksk's contribution to noticing the other thing I thought was really cool, which is that if this was purple or red, then it made these two arrows the same, and that doesn't work. Okay, so now how does knowing that the sum is 15 help? That's the question. C plus D is 10. Yeah, we know we've got all the 10 dominoes. I'm trying to get C plus D equals 10 out of this. Via their appearance in row 7. Right. Haha. That is a good thing to notice. They do appear next to each other in row 7, so they do sum to 10. Okay. So C and D sum to 10. I agree with that assessment. So let's see. So C plus D is 10. Same for A and B in row 3. Yeah, A plus B is 10. Since C plus D is 10, row 2, column 9 is even. Right, that's true. This has to be even. So 2, 2, 4, 6, 8. Row 2, column 7 is red. Like, I don't even know that these aren't 1 and 9, I don't think. So I think this really could be C is 9, D is 1, and this is 8. So because C plus D is even, C and D have the same parity. And so this digit is, by arrow logic, this is the difference between C and D. So it is a difference of two numbers that have the same parity. You are correct. I did not really explain that very well. Bye, Nell. Hope you have a good day / night, whatever time it is where you are. So this digit is even. Can we possibly do a similar thing down here? Unfortunately, I just have no idea what's going on in this arrow, do I? Because purple and A, I don't know anything about purple and A, I don't think. Okay, so this is orange plus blue is 10. I'll write that down. Box 2 is yellow plus red is 10. I agree. So box 6 plus box 3 okay, so let's try and pull this out. So orange plus blue, that's 10. And C plus D is 10, so that's 20. So these two need to add to 10. Okay, that's very clever. So the idea is these two together, these 6 cells, we know sum to 30. And so then we use, this is Dale's point, we use the fact that blue and orange sum to 10, and the fact that C and D sum to 10 to tell us that these two sum to 10, but the thing that sums to 10 with yellow is red. So this is red. It is not the imposter gray or purple. It is red. So this is purple. This is purple. This is gray. This is gray. This is not purple or gray. It is red. There's some really sweet steps in this puzzle. Let's see. So these are yellow, blue, and what? Yellow, blue, and some other digit. Not light gray, dark gray, black, green, and purple. They're yellow, blue, and purple over here. So yeah, so we can try and do the same thing down here. We know that A plus B is 10 from over here, so A and B are 10. And then why did I highlight that cell? I don't know. Sorry. It will be better if I highlight the right cells. So A plus B is 10. Purple. Where is purple? Purple is... How do I not have purple in a sum with gray? Ah, there we go. It's up here. Purple and gray sum to 10, right? So purple and gray sum to 10. So green and what sums to 10? Green and black sums to 10. So this cell is black. So this is orange. This is not orange. This is not orange either. So it's blue. So this is not blue, it's black. This isn't black anymore. Let's see. Did that help? This isn't orange anymore. This is purple or blue, I suppose. I can go ahead and fill in. Let's see. What are these? These are the other ones. Not light gray. Oh, I do need a dark gray in here, actually. Not black, green, purple, orange, and then blue, yellow, red I have. Okay, so these are orange and gray. Okay. So, am I supposed to just fill in this quad? I guess I could fill in this triple instead. Is that better? Blue sees row 2, column 8. That would be cool. Blue does see row 2, column 8. That's awesome. Okay, so this is not blue. And there's a triple in row 2. Okay, there is a triple in row 2. This is a yellow, purple, blue triple. So what are these? They're not light gray, dark gray. One of them is black. One of them is green. They're not purple, orange, red, yellow, or blue. So these are a purple green. Sorry, purple green. What am I talking about? These are a green black. What are these? Not light gray, dark gray, black, green, purple, orange. These are red and yellow. So I could go ahead and fill in that this is A and B. And so that's going to resolve that this isn't yellow over there. We have a useless Jund triple in this column, as Afraid Not points out. I assume filling in these isn't going to do me any good. I was very excited that Sudoku was going to help, but then Sudoku did not help. Let's see. Martin says, since C plus D is 10, let's see. Row 8, column 2 sees red and yellow in the column. Yeah, it's marked as orange and green. Let's see. Filling in box 7 gives a triple in row 8. Okay, let's just fill it in. I'll believe you. Okay, so we've got our light gray. We need a dark gray. We've got black. We need green. We've got purple. We need orange. And then we've hopefully got red, yellow, and blue. We do. Okay, so that is indeed a triple. So light gray we have, dark gray we have, black we have, green we have. Oh, the green in the triple. Here's the thing. The green in the triple is there, so this isn't green. I can at least do that. Okay. Sorry, I will continue. Light gray, dark gray, black, green, purple, orange. We need a red and a yellow, right? And not a blue. That's right. Okay. Hey, Tom. Yeah, you've missed coloring and technical difficulties. And puzzles. There have been puzzles. Okay, and so now let's fill in these two cells, because now these are a pair. Not light gray, dark gray. Black, green, hopefully, purple, orange, red, yellow, blue. Okay, these are purple. There we go. Okay, so this is a D, if you're into that sort of thing. Oops. This is a D, if you're into that sort of thing, and that's a C. Let's see, and so now triple in column 8. We do have a triple in column 8. It does not appear to do anything, though. Let's see. Sad. I was really hoping I was... Let's see. Can you letter label the other cells in the 2-length line? 2 in row 5. Let's see. Could you letter label the other cells on 2-length line? Do I know how to letter label this? Oh, do you just want this to be a... Do I just want this to be a new letter? And just say this is E, and this is F? Just so that we can write down our systems of equations? New ones. Okay, yes, that I can do. So yellow is D plus F, and green is A plus E. Let's see. Is there any chance we can place any of these things? Let's see. I know yellow is... See, the problem here is E and F could be the same as A, B, C, or D. I mean, obviously E is not A or B. But it's possible that this is going to give us the right system to solve. So I'm trying to decide if there's some way to squint at this that avoids me having to write down a system of equations. Okay, the setter says I don't need a system of equations, which is very exciting because I would like to avoid it if possible. Let's see. So Garion says row 8, column 2 probably can't be green because that would mean that green plus A was purple. However, green plus A is also 15 minus medium gray. So then we could say that purple is 15 minus gray. But that would mean that purple plus gray is 15, but we know that purple and gray actually add to 10. Wow, that's complicated, but I agree. So this can't be green through the medium of madness. So it's orange. So this is gray. This is not orange or gray. Very good spot. I would not have found that. This is gray. Okay, so E is black. We are now learning. I wouldn't worry too much about your overall record on this stream, Gary, and I think you have done amazingly overall with some of the spots you've come up with. So E is D or C. Yes, E is D or C. Let's see, green, black resolved in box 1. Good point. This isn't black. This isn't green. I don't think I need the E letter anymore. Black looks into box 1. Yes. So black is less than green? Right, black is less than green. And so because black is less than green, that's going to disambiguate C and D. Because black is less than green by this arrow, and C is bigger than D by this arrow. So, oh boy, I've got to keep this straight in my head. Okay, so green is the big one. So green is C. And D is black. Oops, is black. So I can clear out my letters from those and go ahead and clear out these letters as well. Let's see, that black looks down here. That's green. That's not green. Okay. So now, same equation in box 3 and 4. Yellow, black, F. Where I'm missing, there's something I'm missing. Green is black plus yellow. Green is... Oh, right, okay. Got it. That's cute. Okay. These two equations are both true. Green is black plus something. And so if I just take out the green and black part of this is, both of them say green is black plus something. So the green and blacks cancel. And what I'm left with is A is the same as this cell. Except now that actually tells me these two cells are the same color. And so this cell must be yellow, not blue. And this cell must be yellow and not red. And so that lets me color all of this. So this isn't yellow. This isn't yellow. This isn't red. This isn't yellow. This isn't red. So we get all of that stuff, and we can get rid of our letters again. Okay. So we're almost to full coloring. Okay, so now this isn't purple. Now this is purple. It's not yellow. Now this is not purple. This is not blue. This is not purple. This is not purple anymore. Oh, and I can get rid of the letter. Oops, sorry, the letter. We want to keep the color. We like the color. This isn't purple, so this isn't red. Okay, so now we have everything colored. And so now... oh, box 9 colors. Sorry, I do not have everything colored. Yellow and... Sorry, red and yellow. There we go. Now we have everything colored. And now we're done. Woo! Yellow is black plus red. Green is black plus yellow. Yellow is definitely... Oh, yes. Yellow is definitely not 2 anymore. That's a good point. Yellow is not 2. Purple is yellow plus orange. I don't think that immediately tells me anything exciting. Green is 7, 8, 9. Right, because this is the high half of these. This is the low half. Okay, yellow is black plus red. Okay, so we're writing down our system of equations. Yellow is black plus red. But also yellow plus red is 10 from this line. And so you want to subtract this from both sides or something and get we do know that green plus black is 10. That we know. That's how we knew this parity a long time ago. So yeah, these are either 3, 7, 2, 8, or 1, 9. Okay, so... Okay. I think that does it, actually. So yellow plus red is 10, which means we get to play this parity trick again that we played earlier. Yellow plus red is 10, so yellow and red are the same parity. So therefore this digit is even. And since it's even, but it's also 1, 2, 3, it is in fact 2. And once it's 2, that means that this is 8 and 6, so all the greens are 8. Oops, are 8. All the yellows are 6. Let's see. Okay, so that probably does something. So reds now are 4s, just to continue along that line. Blue must be 7 in order to make that line work. Now orange is 3 to make that line work. Now purple is 9 to make that line work. Now gray is 1 to make that line work. And we have finished the puzzle. There's so much cool stuff in there. That was, I'm very glad I had chat with me to help me through this. Like, I mean, at every point, this is just, like, very, very cool, very intricate and careful logic. I think this isn't exactly my style of puzzle, but for the style of puzzle that it is, I think this puzzle is amazing. So, like, I think this is, like, one of the very best examples I have seen of this style of puzzle. And yeah, the sort of, like, the end is sort of like, woo! And then it all sort of fell apart. But, I mean, there were so many steps in this puzzle that I've never seen before in a puzzle of this sort. So I think this is a really excellent specimen. Like, I mean, I think Tesseralis knew exactly what kind of puzzle they wanted to set, and they set a just amazing version of it. I mean, we used letters a lot. I would love to see an unsick Simon solve this puzzle. Because I feel like Simon might really love this puzzle. I'm sorry that this did not turn out to be a magic square, as you had hoped. As soon as Judith suggested that light gray was probably going to be 5, I was like, yeah, I bet light gray is going to be 5. Use magic square logic. Ah. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's possible that you're supposed to use something like crisscrossing these across each other or something. I would believe that there's some like more global way to look at this that makes this a little bit easier. I would buy that. Alrighty, well, I'm going to take a short break, and then we're going to come back. And when we come back, we're going to do whatever puzzle in the bucket has been most voted on. I don't know what that puzzle is. Maybe you know what that puzzle is. But we'll find out, and then we'll come back and do it. Unless it looks like it's going to take 3 hours, in which case I may come back with a different one. But we'll be back very shortly with another puzzle. Welcome back, everyone. The guess what is that we're doing dumediat's puzzle next. All right, so as I said, every stream when I'm not doing challenge puzzles, I always do the most voted on puzzle from the bucket. In order to vote on the bucket, you need to contribute at the windmill level, either to the YouTube membership, which you can hit join below, or you can go to Patreon, patreon.com/datamath. That lets you vote. So those are both options. And it gets you benefits such as access to the exclusive Discord, access to the exclusive Satisfactory server, the ability to vote on puzzles, etc., etc. There are lots of cool things. You get some cool emotes if you do it on YouTube. You get your name in green so people can see that you are green. All of these things are options. Okay. As it happens today, I am not doing the most voted on. I am doing the third most voted on because I do want to finish in 2 hours. And when I looked at the two most voted on puzzles, I am not confident I could finish either of them in 2 hours. The most voted on one is a chaos construction by agent. So that will be the one I start with next stream, if it still stands at the most votes. The second most voted on one was a chaos construction puzzle by Totally Normal Cat and KNT, which is about as terrifying a combination of setters as is possible to imagine. So I'm sure I will get to that one probably in 2 streams, unless there are more votes. So we will get that. Alrighty. I am guessing the agent one I probably could get done in 2 hours, but I'm not confident of it, especially 6 hours into the stream, which is why I am holding off on it. So I went ahead and did the voting one, or the one that was most voted on, that I was not 100%. I should not say I'm 100% confident I can finish this in 2 hours. I am fairly confident I can finish this in 2 hours. And then we'll go from there. Alrighty, so this is an Entropic Lines 159 puzzle. So we have 2 rule sets to contend with. One is the 159. I've actually never seen these 2 together, despite the fact that they sort of obviously want to go together. So 159 is that these gray cells all tell you where to put the digits 1, 5, or 9 in their row. So this one, these all talk about 1s, these all talk about 5s, and these all talk about 9s. I mean, they're digits, they don't talk, but, they could. So, for example, if this is a 7, that's telling you to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spaces off and put a 1. That is how that works. Likewise, if this was a 7, now because I'm in the 5th column, I instead count 7 spaces into this row, and I put a 5 there, because this is the 5th column. Sorry, Tristan always complains I emphasize the wrong words. Because this is in the 5th column, I count 7 spaces in and place a 5 here. There we go. After solving too long, they do start talking to you. That does happen, I will confess. I start hearing Simon's voice in my head explaining things to me. All right, so that's how those work. Now, I'm going to go ahead and preemptively tell you the secret of 159 puzzles. And so if you've never done a 159 puzzle, I'm going to spoil them for you completely, because there's only one piece of logic in 159 puzzles. And that piece of logic is the observation that in every box within the gray strip, there's always a low digit, a medium digit, and a high digit. That is a 1, 2, 3, a 4, 5, 6, and a 7, 8, 9. They don't have to be in this order, but it's always one of each. And the reason for that has to do with the fact that these are telling me where to put the 3 5s that go in these 3 rows. One of those 3 5s has to go in box 4. The one that goes in box 4 has to have a 1, 2, or 3 in its spot. The one that goes in box 5 contributes a 4, 5, 6. And the one that goes in box 6 contributes a 7, 8, 9. Okay. So that's why that works. And so that is how that all sort of contributes. Oh, cool. Yeah, I think this one piece of logic I think is really cool, and I think basically every 159 puzzle is just finding a way of using this high, mid, low thing in a unique, interesting way. Now, fun fact, these lines are entropic lines, and what they mean is that every 3 consecutive digits along an entropic line, one of them is from 1, 2, 3, one of them is from 4, 5, 6, and one of them is from 7, 8, 9. By consecutive digits, I meant adjacent digits. Now, they could again be in any order. I could put the 4, 5, 6 here, the 1, 2, 3 here, and the 7, 8, 9 here. That's fine. But effectively, there's a sort of implied entropic line in every one of these 3 spaces. So, like, this entropic line is kind of redundant in its own way. And that is how all of that works. Okay, so this is a very nice combination. I should also mention that these 2 digits are consecutive. That's what the white dot means. So that is a very nice... yeah, it's not redundant because of this cell, but sort of these 3 or that cell. But yeah, the combination there, like just this piece, is sort of implied already. So this is a very natural combination, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. Let's see. So, where to start? Let's see. Should I start by just coloring one of these? Okay, so let's just start by just explaining how the coloring works. So, I don't know if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, 8, 9. But I know it's the same as this one. Because since these 3 contain one of each, and these 3 contain one of each, it sort of percolates down that these are the other 2. So this one has to be yellow, and then 1, 2, 3. That one has to be yellow, and then we have that. And so then, if this one is purple, I guess I've made it green instead. We're going to make it purple. If this one is purple, then if I count along, 1, 2, 3, that one's purple, and this one's purple. And if I go ahead and make all of these something, these 3 can be... Is orange going to look terrible? Actually, orange is not terrible. I'll accept orange. And so now... that immediately is useful, because if you look at this box now, I know I need 3 oranges, 3 yellows, and 3 purples. Well, what colors are these? Well, they're not yellow, because I only get 1 yellow in these 3 cells, because of the high, mid, low rule. So that's yellow. And so as soon as that's yellow, I count 3 along, that's yellow, and I count 3 along, 1, 2, 3, that's yellow. Now note, I don't know that this one goes in the same order as this one. This might be purple or this might be purple. I don't know. We'll figure that out when we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, I suppose. Alrighty. So, what else can we do with various things? Let's see. These 2 cells, I think this is what Jay was telling me to look at. These 2 cells are the same high, mid, lowity. Because if I count again 3 along, these are the same high, mid, lowity, but that can't be yellow because it would put 4 yellows in the column, and it can't be orange because it would put 4 oranges in the column. So these are purple. Which means purple can't appear anywhere else on this entropic line, so that cell's purple. These are a yellow-orange pair. And I'm only marking that because it tells me where purple goes, if I look closely, I think. So this is the same as 1, 2, 3. That one's not purple. That one's not purple. So this one's purple. I'm going to uncolor these because I don't really like having that floating around, but this one is the one that's purple. And then 1, 2, 3. That one's purple. So that is nifty. So one of these two has to be purple because there's 2 purples on this entropic line and there's 1 purple in here. So one of these is purple. Oh, and it's not that one. Because if this one was purple, that one would be purple, and that would put 4 purples in a row. So that's purple. That's gorgeous. So that being purple also means that's purple. Sometimes when I say purple, I put green instead. It would seem. So we've got a proliferation of purpling. Okay, Medi points out I need to get 2 oranges onto this this line in box. Sorry, I need to get 2 oranges over here in box 1 because I need to put 3 oranges in the box, and only one of them can go here. So this cell, if I count 1, 2, 3 spots along, those would match. This cell doesn't match anything. So those 2 are orange. Great spot to Medi there. And so therefore this is yellow. And therefore, by counting backwards, this is yellow. So that is sweet. This cell can't be yellow because it's not far enough along. And it can't be purple because there's all the purples in the box. So therefore, this cell is orange. And then if I count 3 further along, this cell is orange. And therefore, that's purple and that's purple. This is an awesome puzzle, dumediat. I'm really enjoying this. Let's see. Okay, so we've got all of that sort of laid out. Oh, we're debating how entropic lines work for 8x8s. I would definitely expect 1, 2, 3, and 6, 7, 8 with 4, 5 in the middle is how I would do it. Okay, so I've got all my oranges and all my purples in this column, so these are both yellow. And then as soon as that's yellow, that's yellow. And so this must be orange for lots of reasons. Zeta is never wrong. If only that were true. Okay, so this is one of each. And so because this is one of each, then the row has 3 yellows and 3 purples, and so this is orange. Beautiful spot to Screaming Ice Cube there. This is orange as well. Continuing our ever march of progress forward, or whatever it is. Yeah, maybe entropic is you break it into a number of groups equal to the largest prime divisor of the largest proper divisor of the number. So if it's 8, you actually break it into 4 groups. That would make sense. And if it's 7, you break it into 7 groups. It's not quite Renbon, because if it's shorter than 3, it could be a 1-3. It's just saying they're different. It's not quite Renbon, because it's not repeating until it can repeat. So it's slightly different, even in a 7x7. Like, I could have a length 8 entropic line in a 7x7 in this version. And a length 6 one isn't a Renbon at all. It's just an extra region, or an extra partial region. So yeah, I think prime by prime. I think that's how prime by prime works. I know one of these is purple for whatever it's worth. I know one of these is purple. Does that help me? One of these is purple, so this one is not purple. This one's orange or yellow. Do I know which it is of orange and yellow? It's the same as that one. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is fair for 8 by 8, but I think earlier I said if you want to keep the 3 pieces, I think then you have to do 1, 2, 3 on the low end, 6, 7, 8 on the high end, and 4, 5 in the middle. I think is how I would see it. Okay, so this cell is the same color as that cell. I don't think I know what that color is yet, though. This is not orange, so this isn't orange. Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 3, that's group 1. 6, 7, 8, that's group 3. And 4, 5, that's group 3. I did an awesome puzzle. I can't remember who it was by. I cannot remember. But there was an entropic lines puzzle that was an entropic lines, but you had to decide the groups. Who was that? That was one of the first coloring challenge puzzles we did, was an entropic lines, except the digits were ambiguous. It was awesome. So I think ranks... either you decide that entropic always means 3 groups, in which case then you have to do the group I said, or if you don't think entropic always means 3 groups, then I think you go with the largest prime divisor, or maybe the smallest, or sorry, the largest proper divisor or the smallest proper divisor, whichever suits your fancy. Who was that puzzle by? Does anyone remember? It was... I cannot remember who it was by. I feel bad. It was a very cool puzzle, though. Okay. Box 3. All 3 colors are getting used. Yeah, all 3 colors get used twice in there. So this is a chromatic trio. It's a self-indexing 1 in box 7. Yes. Jeremy Dover and Ron Planner's 3 lines. That is, I believe that is... No, that's not the one we're talking about. It was also a very good puzzle, but that was the snake puzzle. That was the snake puzzle that wasn't, not to be confused with Cogito's snake puzzle. I think we did it before that one. Actually, Nordy, it's 5 groups in a 12 by 12. No one is arguing for that, so I think we have to go for 5 groups in a 12 by 12. Yeah, so... Right. So, Unknown Triplets. There we go. By Romplaner. That is correct. Oh. This is a gimme. This has been a gimme forever. I've got 2 of these. This is orange, because I need 1 of each. I don't know how I missed that for so long. I will claim that it was because I was bullshitting. Which is, of course, one of Azeta's favorite activities to do. Let's see. So, not orange. Let's see. I don't think I immediately know if this is yellow or purple. And if this is yellow or purple, I don't think I immediately know. Ah, right. So now I have J. Dyer nailed this. I've got all the oranges in box 9, so these aren't orange, and so this has to be the orange. And then I count up 3 and do that. Oh, and that actually also, one of these is purple. And that's the 3rd purple for the row, so this cell can't be purple, and it can't be orange, so it's yellow. And this cell's purple. And so now this cell, if I count, I need to look at where my last orange is going in the row. It can't go over here, so it goes there. So that's orange. Let's see. This cell can't be purple, but I need another purple, so that's a purple. So this is yellow. That purple percolates up to there. That's a yellow. This is very slick. Yes, this worked out to be a very pleasant romp for coloring day. Yellow and purple is what's over here. I just want to reiterate to myself. Let's see. Okay, so I know that these 2 are the same, and the thing that they are the same is not purple. So these are either both yellow or they're both... Sorry. Either both purple or both yellow. They're not both orange. I should probably be able to figure out what this is, huh? It's probably not yellow because there's 3 yellows in the row. There's 3 oranges in the row, so it's purple. Good catch. Row 7, column 9 now, because now I've got 1 of each except for yellow, so that's got to be yellow. So that's yellow. So that's yellow. And so now this is purple, and this is purple. So these still can't be orange. They just even more can't be orange than they were before. It would be really nice if this wasn't yellow. But I don't think I know that it's not yellow yet. This row has all of its yellows. Let's see. Let's see. Dog says row 6, column 4 sees 3 yellows and 3 purples. That's awesome. So in the row it sees 3 yellows, in the column it sees 3 purples, so it's orange. That's very cool. We like that trick in these parts. Yeah, so it's most interesting numerically if it turns out it isn't yellow, because then it sort of forces it to be one of the boundary digits. But yellow could very easily have a white dot within it. Let's see. And again, well, I know one of these 2 is yellow. because I need a yellow in here, and I also need 2 yellows on here. So one of these 2 is yellow. So do I know which one somehow? I don't think I do yet. See, I can work out row 6, column 7. So there's 3 yellows in the row. So this is either orange or purple. Oh, right. One of the oranges is on the U. Right. I know there's an orange gone. So by the box, orange is gone. By the row, yellow is gone. So therefore, this is purple. And this is orange. Excellent. So now, actually, I know these are both yellow because I need to repeat something, and the only thing I can repeat is yellow. So now this is the yellow, because I need a yellow in one of these 2 cells, and it can't be here because of the yellow triple in the row. So that's yellow, that's purple. Okay, neither of these is yellow, because all the yellows are gone so in the column, so therefore these are both yellow. That's all the yellows in the box. Yeah, we've got all the yellows in row 3. So all the yellows in row 3 tells me this isn't yellow, but I need something to be yellow, so it's that on this entropic line. So that's orange. And as soon as that's orange, that's also orange. Now I've got all my oranges over in this column. Can I do anything with that? Yes. This cell sees all the yellows in the row and all the oranges in the column, so it's purple. Oh, this cell I just didn't color for no reason. But it's helpful because it gives me all the yellows for the row, I suppose. And so I know this is a purple-orange pair. And so because one of these is purple, and we've got all the yellows already, this cell's orange. And so this cell's purple. Gives me all the purples for this row. So this cell's not purple or yellow, so it's orange. And that cell's purple. And therefore that cell's purple. That yellow... Oh, I already did that yellow. Okay, and so these are orange. And now I can do that that one's purple. So this is yellow. So this is yellow. This cell is not yellow. Oh, I knew that. But it's not purple either. So it's not yellow or purple, so it is orange. And so this is purple. So that does all of that. This cell can't be yellow by the row, can't be purple by the column, so it's orange. Which now makes this cell purple, which makes this cell orange. This row now has all of its oranges and all of its purples, so that's yellow. Let's try that again. So that's yellow. And there we go. That was a really nice puzzle. I enjoyed that one. No, I did it wrong. Was the no because I accidentally put a red? I'm missing row 3, column 5. Oh no, I wasn't done. Now I'm done. Woohoo! Poor box 2. I'm sorry, box 2. Pet, 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 pet. Okay. So, I need to put Yes, coloring dance. Woohoo! Whoop, boop, ba, doo, ba, doo. So many colors. Whoop, boop, doo, boop, doo, doo, boop, boop, boo, doo, ba, doo, boo, doo, ba, doo, boop, ba, doo, doo, boo, ba, doo, ba, doo, ba, doo, boo. Thank you, Rainbow Penguin. By the way, we should all give a special thanks to Rainbow Penguin for showing up for the coloring puzzles and staying for an extra week for us to finish all of the coloring puzzles. Rainbow Penguin was originally only going to be here for 3 sessions, but was able to move around his busy schedule to be here for a 4th day so we could finish the coloring puzzles. So thank you, Rainbow Penguin. We greatly appreciate you. We also need a bet cell. We're going to make that the bet cell. You can see if the coloring helps you with the betting. Okay, so I'm intrigued by Jay's idea about thinking about what happens with 1s, 2s, and 3s. The 1, well, that's going to go in a thing that matches its color regardless. But let's think about where 2 could go. This cell could be a 2, because it would place a 1 here, that's okay. This cell could be a 2, which would place a 1 here, that's okay. This cell cannot be a 2, because if this were a 2, it would place a 1 here, but 1 and 2 are the same color. So one of those could be a 2. These can't be 2s, that could be a 2, that can't be a 2, that can't be a 2, and none of these can be 2. So one of these is a 2. Okay. So already that tells us purple is not low. But now let's do the same thing for 3s. So where could 3 go in column 1? Not here, not here. Now we know purple's not low, so it can't go there or there. Can't go there. Could go here. Can't go there. Can't go there or there. So in fact, actually, once we combine all of this, we get our first digit here, which is a 3 going in this cell. So we can bring back our digit dancing penguin pair to dance for our 3. Ta-da! That was a very good spot, Jay, and very clever setting. And don't worry if you miss Rainbow Penguin. Rainbow Penguin lives down by Tristan. So when Tristan guests on the stream, you will still see Rainbow Penguin, but he's going to have to catch a flight back there later tonight. Something about penguins not being able to fly. So now I need to place a 2 in this column. Can't go there, so it's got to go there. So that's a 1. I personally wouldn't have picked. Okay, so we can. So I was avoiding blue. I was avoiding blue and orange because those have connotations. I'm now going to get rid of the purple and make it say green. So yeah, I don't know which is high yet, but let's ask the same question. Which of these things could be high? Well, I know blue isn't high. Where am I putting an 8? Let's see. I can't put an 8 there. I can't put an 8 there, or there. I can't put an 8 there or there. I can't put an 8 there. So the only place I can put an 8 in this column is here. So I did my green and my orange backwards. So green can be red, orange can be yellow, and red can be orange. And now we meet the oh, that's right. We were trying to avoid using yellow and orange together. What do I want for medium? Green, I suppose. Okay. So now we have low blue, like it usually is, high orange, like it usually is, and then we have green for meh. Okay. Where is the 7 going now? The 7 actually could go in either of these places, I'm realizing. That's a bit disappointing. Okay, so what about here? Where is the 4 going? The 4 has to go in green somewhere. Can't go there. In fact, the only place for a 4 in green in this column is there. So that's a 4. That's a 5. Oh, that 8 means that's a 9, means that's a 7. Tristan would like me to do, means that's an 8. Tristan likes it when I do the indexing. That can't be a... Oh, sorry, no. Either of these could be a 6. I am now realizing. Only too late. This is a 2 and a 3 by Sudoku. Box 4, indexing 2. Oh, this 3 indexed a 1 there. I agree with that sentiment. This is a 6 by Magic. So I do need a 6 in green. So I actually can do this trick anywhere. I need a 6 in green in column 9. That could be it. Annoyingly, that could be it. That can't be. So, oh, this can't be it, actually. Okay, so this is not the green 6 in column 9. This isn't the green 6 in column 9, because then this cell would be orange. So this is the green 6 in column 9, and that's the 9. So what about the green 7 in... No, there is no green 7. What am I talking about? There is no such thing as a green 7. Let's not be ridiculous about this. Well, that's a 9. I can go ahead and fill in. And that being a 9 makes that a 5. Makes that a 4. That being a 4 makes that a 9. Okay. This could be a 3, this can't be a 3, and this can't be a 3. So where is the 3 in column 9? It can only be here. What about the 2 in column 9? Sorry. The 2 in column 9 can only be here. So either of these, I suppose, could be a 7. Let's see, there is a 5 over here. Okay, what about 4 in this column? That can't be a 4. That could be a 4, and that could be a 4, annoyingly. What about 5? That could be a 5, that could be a 5, that can't be a 5. Okay, that's not super helpful either. 1 in column 9. Oh yeah, 1 in column 9. Why didn't I try that one? Where can I put 1 in column 9, given that it has to be blue, and 1 is not the same thing as 3 or 2? How about there? So that 1 places a 9 there. So this digit is a 1 or a 2, because it can't be a 3. So this digit is a 1 or a 3, though. So this is a 2, I am realizing. So that's a 1. So that being a 1 means that's not a 1. So that's a 1, and that's a 3. This digit sees a 4 and a 6, so it's a 5. That's a 6. While we are at it, let's see. Sudoku was going so well. Where did the Sudoku go? This is a 4. There we go. That's another one. So now that's a 4. So that's a 6. That's a 4. That's a 6. This is a 4 or a 5. Well, it's not a 4, because a 4 would put a blue on a orange, and that's not possible. So this is a 5, placing a 1 there. So that's the 4. So now by Sudoku, that's the 4, placing a 1 here. So that's a 6, placing a 1 here. These are a 7-8 pair. That's a 7 or an 8. Let's see. This is a 7 or an 8. Oh, it has become a 7 just by Sudoku, or while I wasn't looking. So that's a 7. So that's the 8, which it already is. Let's see. This is a 5. That's a 7. This is an 8. Let's see. This is a 6 and a 5. This is an 8 and a 7. Let's see. These are a 2 and a 3, and I don't know the order immediately. This is a 2 or a 3, but it's a 3 because that's where the 5 is. So that's a 2, and that's a 3, and that's a 2. This is a 2, and that's a 3. Let's see. These are 5, 6, but I don't... Oh, let's see. I don't know yet what to do with that. This is a 5 because it sees 4 and 6. So that's a 4, and that's a 6, which means that's a 5, and that's a 6. That's an 8 and a 7. That 8 and 9 look up and make that a 7, and that an 8. Let's see. The bet cell is a 7. It's an 8 and a 7. Congratulations if you bet 7. So this is a 9 and a 7. This is now a 9 and an 8. Let's see. This is a 5, so that's a 4. Let's see. This sees a 1 and a 2, so it's a 3, and that's a 2. That's a 3, and that's a 2. Really nice, dumediat. I quite enjoyed that. That was super smooth. I do not know if you are in the habit of submitting stuff to CTC, but CTC is always looking for beautiful shorter puzzles. I think this is an excellent beautiful shorter puzzle that I think they would very much enjoy. I could very easily picture Mark or Simon being excited to do this one. Alrighty. So I suppose I actually have time to go for a quick break and dig up something else that I can do. Now I have to do it in 90 minutes, but I bet I can find a puzzle that I can do in 90 minutes. So I'm going to take a quick break, dig up something from the bucket, and be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. We are back with the puzzle Truth or Consequads by Twototenth. So this puzzle has two mechanics in them, both of which I'm very fond of. So one of them is Renbon lines. So along Renbon lines, you have to have a string of consecutive digits. So you could, for example, have a 4, a 6, and a 5. Oh, there's an updated link. Uh-oh. Is it on the LMD page? One moment. I will attempt to dig up the LMD page directly, and then be right back. Thank you, Tallcat. Our Renbons have gotten pinker, but Tallcat noted that there's a newer version with an extra clue, so I'm excited by that. So I actually kind of like this aesthetic for Renbons a little bit more, but I think the reason why this aesthetic for Renbons is is dispreferred is that this tone of purple looks similar to people with various color issues to the color that's used for German whispers and whatnot. Anywho, we'll be sure to pay extra attention to what this 1 does. All right, so these have to be consecutive digits, but they can be in any order. They could go 6, 5, 4, or whatever you want. And again, same with these. And these quads are telling you have to use the digits on them in the surrounding cells. So this 1 is telling you, hey, one of these is a 1. This 4, 6 is telling you, hey, both the 4 and the 6 in this box appear here. One special case to note is that it just means they have to appear at least once. So it is perfectly okay for a 6 to show up twice, actually. So those are the rules. So I think the break-in is here, because I notice that this 2, 7 lops off all of the numbers. I can't put 1, 2, or 7, 8, or 9 on the Renbon. So I can only possibly use the digits 3, 4, 5, 6, which means I always use a 4 and a 5 on this Renbon. And now I look at this Renbon. I can't use a 3 or a 6 on it, because the 3 or the 6 is stranded. I can't use a 2 or a 7. I can't use a 1. So in fact, actually, through this genius sort of layout of these things, this is forced to be an 8-9 pair. Which now means that there's an 8 on this quad here, because I need an 8 somewhere, and it can't be over here anymore. Which now means there's an 8 on this Renbon, which now means there's a 7 on it. Because as soon as there's an 8, there has to be a 7, which now means there's a 7 here. Means there's a 7 here because of that that whole hoobly-hoo. One of these is a 7. One of these is a 7, but I'm frankly less excited about that. Let's see, I can't use an 8 or a 5, so I could use 6, 7 here, maybe, as far as doing that. Grant reviewing does not sound fun, I'm going to officially say. Grant writing does not sound fun. Grant reviewing. Grant writing I know isn't fun. As I try and spill my drink. I can't use 6, 7 because there's a 7 in the box. I cannot use 6, 7 because there's a 7 in the box. Good point. So actually, I am limited to 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I can't use 5, 6, 7, or 8, and I can't use 9, so I'm limited to 1, 2, 3, 4 alone here. Now, actually, once I realize that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, I actually have to ask myself where 1 is going in this row. 1 can never go here, because if 1 goes here, it will create a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... It will create a 1, 2, 3, 4 quintuple, which is a problem. 1 can't go here because of the given 1. So the 1's actually lopped over into one of these cells. I would love to know that this can't be a 1. I do not know that yet, but I would like to. It would be neat. I'm actually noticing the 9 in this box is actually quite restricted. The 9 can only either go on this Renbon, or it can hide out here, just barely missing the Renbon. Let's see. So I can't put a 1 or a 2 on this. So the smallest number I can put on this is a 3. But the highest number I can put on it is a 6, because the 7 in the box is already gone. So this is also from 3, 4, 5, 6, which means there's a 4 and a 5 on it, as before, which means that there's no 4 here, which means there is a 2 up here. which aligns with the 2 up here, because one of the 2's is there, one of the 2's is here, means there's a 2 over here somewhere. If that 2 was actually on one of these renbans, would that do anything interesting? I fear it twouldn't. It might, but I fear it twouldn't, as they say. So I've got 1, 2 gone, and I've got 4 or 5 gone. So there could just be a 3 here? No. If there was a 3 here, I would need to put a 6 here. That won't work. So I cannot put a 3 in either of these, because I can't put either a 1 or a 2 or a 4 or a 5 in the other. So these numbers are, in fact, big. They're from 6, 7, 8, 9 already, somehow by miracle. If these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, that means this is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but it's not a 6 because of the quad in the box. Which is kind of fascinating. Let's see. Jay is looking at 5 in column 3. 5 in column 3 can't go here because of the quad. It can't join a 7 and 8 on a renban, and the 5 in this box is up here, so that's a 5, and we've got a digit. Zach is going to need some intensive dancing sessions with Tall Cat, because Zach has been distracted teaching the Rainbow Penguin how to do digit dances, and so Zach has forgotten the choreography for all of the digit dances, which is a shame. Okay. Yeah, the 5 could go in one of those places. I don't see where yet. Actually, the 3 here is really interesting now that I look at it. Because I would really like a 3 on both of these. Or, I mean, I can't have a 3 on both of them, I guess I should say. I feel like that should tell me something interesting if I say that to myself in the right way. Like in the right voice or something. I haven't quite figured out exactly what that voice is yet, though. So this could be 1, 2. Otherwise, it's at least... Oh, okay. So this cell, this renban, it could be 1, 2, I think. It can't be 3, 4, 5. And it can't involve a 6 because there's a 7 cut off below. So it can't involve a 7 either. So this is either 1, 2, or 8, 9. Those are the only options for this renban. Which is intriguing. Tall Cat wants me to solve this puzzle by asking the Tall Cat question of what happens if this is a 1. And so if this is a 1, then this is a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so these need to be 7, 8, 9. And these being 7, 8, 9 is an enormous problem, because if they're 7, 8, 9... wow, that's incredibly complicated. If these are... So, if this is a 1, it forces this to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In fact, let me just put it this way. If this is not a 7, 8, 9, then the 7, 8, 9s in the row are forced to be here. If the 7, 8, 9s are here, well, what are these two digits? Well, they're from 7, 8, 9. And so what's this digit? Well, it's not a 6, so it's also from 7, 8, 9. Except it's got to be the same as that digit. That doesn't work. So this digit is, in fact, always a 7, 8, 9. I'm not sure I ever would have seen that. Also, it's not an 8 or a 9. So it's a 7. And so these can't be 7. Can this be 5 work? No, this being 5 no longer works, because if this were 5, I could do 6 and what? That doesn't work anymore, so this is from 7, 8, 9. These are, of course, a 1-2 pair now. So... interesting. This Renbon always has a 7, Garion points out. And since this Renbon always needs a 7, because it comes from 6, 7, 8, 9, that 7 always comes from here. And so these are now... and there's always an 8 in here, I could say. Because we've got 7 and 8, and we need either a 6 or a 9 to join them. So what about this digit? What can it possibly be? It can't be 1, 2. It could be 3 or 6. And it can't be 7 or 8, and it could be 9. Those are the only options for this digit, I believe. Okay. I'm looking for more Renbons where I get more love. There's aligning 1s. That's gorgeous. The 1 in box 1 is here. Garion points this out. And the 1 down here is here. So there's also a 1 on one of these. Now, where is the 1, given that the 2 is in one of these cells? Well, if the 1 was in one of these cells, it would place a 2 in one of these cells where it's not allowed to go. So, in fact, the 1 goes here. One of these is a 2, which means one of these 2 is a 3, which means that's not a 3. It is a 4 or a 6. Okay. So this isn't the 1 anymore, so that's not a 2 anymore. For whatever that is worth. So what are these able to be? I guess there's still a little bit of latitude here. Interesting. Okay. One of the Renbon in box 4 needs a 5. Okay, so one of them is 2, 3. And we can't use a 9 on either of them. We can't use a 1. So 1, 3, and 9 are gone. And 7. So the only odd digit left is 5. So one of these does use a 5. I agree. Okay, so one of these uses a 5. Let's see. These 3s align, Totally Normal Cat points out. So there is a 3 over here somewhere. Which means this line doesn't have a 3 on it. Which means it is from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Of course, these can't be 7. This can't be 5. Let's see. If this really wanted to have a 4 on it, it could be 4, 5, 6. That's okay. This wanted to have a 9 on it. It'd have to be 9, 8, 7. That seems okay. There's a 4, 6 quad in box 6. Oh, there is a 4, 6 quad in box 6. So that helps a lot. So these... So there's a 4, 6 quad, so that means this can't be 4 either, because if this were 4, these would need to be 5, 6, which they certainly cannot be. This can't be 6 anymore either, because now, if this were a 6, what's this going to be? 8, 9? That's not going to work. And now if this is a 5, I need to get a 4 and I can't, or a 6 and I can't. So this isn't a 5 either, I believe. So this is an 8, 9 pair, and this is a 7. Did I do that right? That was weird. So that's a 6. These aren't 6. So that's an 8. So these aren't 6. So that's a 9, because of this being a 3, 4, 5. Let's see. So there is a 9 pushed up here by Sudoku. Can't be on this because it would need an 8, and there's an 8 in the column already, so the 9 is there. Sorry, let me do that more dramatically. So the 9 is there. I think that was better. Let's see. So, yeah, so we've got the 9 over there. We've got a 4 and a 6 here. Okay, so... I guess I don't really want to... Okay, so there's a 6 here now, because this quad needs a 6, and it can't be there, so it's there. Ranks says that this 9 has binoculars and can see all the way over here, thanks to its superpower. So that's going to place a 9 up here somewhere. Let's see. Alan says that we can place the 7 in box 3 and then resumes lurking status. It's okay. We love our lurkers. 7. Could 7 go up here with a 6? I think so. Or... Oh, box 4. Box 4. Yes. 7 in box 4 is there. Okay. Agreed. There is my 7. Okay. If this was an 8, 9, that would put 8 and 9 up here, which I guess would make this cell an 8 and this cell a 9. That's the only way it would work. We're not going to bother with the fact that it would break uniqueness. But why doesn't that work? I feel like it should be clear to me that that's not going to work, but it is not clear to me yet that it doesn't work. Aside from using uniqueness. And we shall not use uniqueness today, if we can avoid it. We'll use uniqueness if we run out of time. Let's see. Okay, so the 3 on this quad now can't be on this side, so the 3 is on this side. So now looking up into this box, we've actually placed the 3 because of these 3 pencil marks. This is just a gorgeously set puzzle. So that's a 3 and that's a 4. So now where does the 4 go in this box? The 4 in this box goes in one of these 2 cells now, making them a 2-4 pair. Making these a 3-5 pair. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is from 6, 7, 8, 9, but it's not 7 or 8, so this is from 6 or 9. So these 2 digits are a 5 and a something. 2, 3, 4, 5, and a 6. They're a 5 and a 6. Do I know what these are? Now the 5s align, and yes, now the 3s and the 5s align now in these two boxes, so that gets me a 5 up here too. So we've got a 3 and a 5 up here somewhere. Can we get one more digit? What if I want one more digit pushed up there? Naked 1, 2, 6 triple in column 3. So let's see. So to uncover that, let's just go ahead and fill this in. So these are from 1, 2, not 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not 8, 9. I know that these aren't 7. And so that indeed, as promised, gets us a 1, 2, 6 triple. So that means that in the column we have left, we need a 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5, 6, 7, 8. And we need a 9. However, because I can't use 6 on this anymore because of the 1, 2, 6 triple, which was found, which is a great spot, I now need to use 9. So this is in fact an 8, 9 pair. I'm hitting the wrong backspace key. It's an 8, 9 pair. So that's a 6. Now, these aren't 9. And owing to our previous observation, if this were an 8, 9, that would pair with that 8, 9 and put 2 8, 9s here, but I can't put 2 8, 9s there anymore. So that's a 2 and that's a 1. Let's see. So these digits we now know. They should be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They should be an 8 and a 9 to finish off the box. Sweet. These shouldn't be a 6 anymore because the 6 is over there. So we have aligning 6s now between these, and the aligning 6s between these I don't have now pushed a 6 up here. If this were a 6, this would have to be a 5 or a 7, both of which actually seem plausible, so that seems possible. But one of those is a 6. So this is either bigger than 6 or less than 6, which seems interesting. Because if it's bigger than 6, it would have to be 7, 8 exactly, which would have to go 8 and 7. If it's less than 6, then this digit is at most 2, and so it could go 1 or 2, and then 1, 2, or 3, which is very restricted. I'm being told row 6, column 9 is naked, so we should put some clothes on it, I suppose. It's not 1. Could be 2. It can't be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So yes, so it is 1. Sorry, it is 2. The 3, 4, 5, 6 get eaten up by this combination. And then the 7, 8, 9 is there. The 1 was there. So that's a 2. So that's a 4 and a 5. That's a 3 and a 2. These two cells we now know. These two cells are a 3 and a 6. Let's see. I don't think I know enough about these. Actually, I'm going to just pencil mark the rest of the box because I want to think about this Renbon next, I think. We've got 1, 2, 3. We need a 4, a 5. We've got a 6. We need a 7. And an 8 and a 9. That's too many digits. Oh, we don't need a 7. We've already got a 7. The 5's not here because of the quad. Let's see. This can't be a 9, because if it was a 9, it would require that to be an 8, and it can't be. If this were a 4, this would be a 3 or a 5. If this were an 8, it would be a 7 or a 9. Well, it wouldn't be a 9, it would be a 7. Interesting. No 7. Ah, right. 7 in box 8. Thank you, Dale. 7 in box 8 looks up, so this can't be an 8, because this could be neither a 7 nor a 9, so it's a 4. Meaning this is a 3 or a 5. Beautiful spot. None of these are 4. Except for that one. That one is 4. One of these is a 5, which I guess I already kind of knew. This is an 8-9 pair, so I now can just write in what these are. These are now 1, 3, 5. On the nose. These are 4 and 6. I guess that makes sense when they're on a 4-6 quad, and I haven't pencil marked those anywhere in the box yet. So checks out. This isn't a 4. I'm noticing if this was where the 4 went, this Renbon would not be allowed to have a 4 on it. Oh, this Renbon needs a 4 on it. Because this Renbon can't have a 6 on it. And if it can't have a 6 on it, oh, it could be 7, 8, 9? Can this Renbon be 7, 8, 9? Let's see. If it was 7, 8, 9, that would need to be the 9. So this would be the 7 and the 8. Maybe this Renbon can be 7, 8, 9. That's annoying. Okay, what if this isn't 7, 8, 9? Then this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Entirely. Oh, that's a problem. This Renbon can't have a 4 on it. It already can't. I'm just not looking at the 4 here. This Renbon can't have a 4 on it, so it can't be less than 6. It's bigger than 6. It's 7, 8, 9, and it's exactly what I said. It's a 9 there, a 7 there, and an 8 there. So this is not an 8. This is not a 9. That was cool. So that's a 7. Why not 1, 2, 3? Because in my mind, 1, 2, 3 doesn't exist, apparently? In my mind, I went, well, the numbers less than 6 are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so they always have a 4, because 4 is the middle digit. But no, you're completely correct. It could be 1, 2, 3. Right, it is either 1, 2, 3 or 7, 8, 9. Those are the two options for this this Renbon. But you're completely right. I just made up the one thing. Okay. Because I took the middle digit of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wrong. Six in box 2. Places 6 in box 5. Let's see, the 6 in box 2. Okay, yeah, that looks over there. That's a 3. That's a 6. One of these is a 6. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. This one's not a 3. These aren't 9. That one's not 8. That one's not 7. Tristan is listening. Can I get a thing to drink? My throat is parched. Thank you, honey. I love you. Let's see. There's a 3 over here, I know. By this 3, 6. So that's not a 3. Top one can't be 8. Right, because if this were 8, then I'd need a 9, and I can't have one, so that's not an 8, so that's only 1, 2, or 9. I'm getting the impression that the 3s are much less, or the 1, 2, 3 flavor is much less restricted. This isn't a 3, I know that much. Only 4, 5. Let's see. All right. the box 8 Renbon needs to have a 1, 2, or 8, 9. Let's see. One, 2 with a 3 here. Wait. Oh, yeah, this can't have a 3 on it at all. Because there's a 3 looking down and there's a 3 in this box. So this Renbon can't have a 3 on it. So this Renbon is from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Except these can't be 4 or 5. And so now these are at least 6. And as soon as these are at least 6, this can't possibly go down as high as low as 5. Or sorry, can't go down as low as 4. But there's an 8, 9 looking at this, and there's a 6. So this can only be 5 or 7. Now, there's a 7 pencil marked over here, so we should get rid of this 7. And so now I challenge you to make numbers from 6, 7, 8, 9, make a length 3 Renbon without a 7, so that has to be the 7. So that's the 7, so that's a 6. There's also already a 6 here, for that matter, if we had paid close attention, which I had not. But if I had, I would have noticed that, so this is an 8, 9 pair. That puts a 7 over on this Renbon with a 6, and so that's a 6 and a 7. So that's a 7. So that's a 7. So this is not, in fact, as I had foretold, a 7, 8, 9. I can have my prophecy license revoked. I did not prophesy that correctly. So this now being a 1, 2, 3 means that's a 5. It means this isn't a 5. Somehow this has been an incredibly resilient triple. This is a pair. It's a 1 and a 2, I suppose. This 1 must be telling me that that cell's not a 1, which must be useful for some reason. I'm probably supposed to think about 1 in the column or something. I don't know. I have not figured it out yet, what that will be doing for me, but it will do something, I'm sure. It will be sweet. The 6 in column 9 looks down and makes that a 4 and a 6. Thank you, Ranksk. These are from 1, 3, 5. It sort of feels silly to even pencil mark that. What am I doing? Okay, we're going to pencil mark the rest of this box. That seems more useful. We've got 1, 2, 3. We need a 4, we need a 6, and we need an 8 and a 9. Maybe there will be some help. This isn't a 4 or a 6. This is an 8 or a 9. That gives me an 8, 9 pair in the column, which means that's not an 8 or a 9. It's 4 or a 6. It's also not a 6, so it's a 4. So that was useful, because that being a 4 finally disambiguates that that's a 3, a 5, and a 4. These are now not 4. That one's not 8 or 9 either, so it's a 6. So that is the other 8, 9, as it is known. That is an 8, 9 pair in the column. Gives me a 5 there. We might get to color 8, 9s today, folks. I hope you're prepared for coloring 8, 9s, because it might be happening. The 6 looks over and gives me that 6. Let's see. Got these two 8, 9s. Let's see. What are these digits? They're just from 1, 3, 5. That's not going to tell me anything exciting. It must be this. It must be this one. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the point. And this one's not 3, 4, or 5. So this is a 1 or a 2. So therefore this isn't a 4 or 5. It can only be from 1, 2, 3. Therefore this is an 8 or a 9. And I'm sorry to tell you, I do not think we will be getting to color the 8 9s, because I think we just did it. Because this now has to be an 8 or a 9 for the row, but it can't be a 9 from the box. So that's an 8. That's a 9. That's an 8. That's a 9 and an 8. And a 9 and an 8. Oh, we may hold out hope. We may get... Oh, no. That 8 sees the 9 and the 8 there. Sees the 9 and the 8 there. Sees the 9 and the 8 there. Yeah, we might get to color 1s and 2s. Just stay tuned. There may be more coloring. Just thing. Okay. This can't be a 3 by the quad. So that's the 3. So that's the 3 on the quad. So this isn't a 3. This is a something. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's a 5. It seems to be a 5. So that's a 1, and a 2 and a 1, and a 1 and a 2, and a 1 and a 2, and a 1 and a 2, and a 2 and a 1. Did we really use this clue? Because it's now it can't do anything. Now we just get to place the 1 there. I don't remember using it, but we probably did. 1, 2, 3, that's a 4. Let's see. This is not a 1. Oh, neither of these is 1, in fact. That's right. It forced the 1 into box 7. That's right. Very early on. So this is a 3 or a 5. This is a something. 2, 3. Looks like it's a 4. So that's a 3 and a 4. So that's a 5. That's a 6 and a 5. That's a 3 and a 5. 2. Oh, we should put in a bet cell. This will be the bet cell for the puzzle. 2. I think this is a 3. Get in your bets real quick. And it turns out the bet cell is a 2. Congratulations to everyone who bet 2. Very well done. Excellent, excellent. Bet orange. Orange is always a good guess. Yeah, so we did that whole 2-10th puzzle without coloring anything, which is kind of unprecedented. Let's see. Shall we wrap up here? Or should I try and find something I can do in 50 minutes? Let's see. I bet I can do a little bit of puzzling. I haven't done any puzzling in a bit. By the way, I should announce, I in the midst of all of the other things I announced, I forgot. In addition to the Satisfactory server, which you are welcome to join if you contribute to the stream at any level on YouTube or Patreon, you are welcome to the Satisfactory server if you're interested. But tomorrow I'm doing a bonus stream. I am streaming the game The Looker, which is a parody, I am told, of The Witness, which is my favorite game of all time. So there will be puzzles. There will presumably be humor. It is apparently about 2 hours long, so I think, hopefully, we'll be able to stream it. It should be fun. That is my fantasy. I think I'm going to go on Puzzlink and pull up a couple Yin Yang puzzles, and then we can do those, and then we can wrap up. I think that is my plan. So I'm going to be right back, and then I will pull up a Yin Yang puzzle or two. Let's see what screen position looks best. Let's see. I think this will actually work fairly well if I just make myself big over here. And I can probably zoom in a bit. And then shrink myself a bit to compensate for the fact that I zoomed in. Okay. So, let's talk about the rules for yin yang. If you've not done a yin yang puzzle before. So I think on the channel before I've done a few yin yang Sudoku puzzles, but never just a pure yin yang. So we have to, into this grid, place white circles and black circles. Oh, you want to link. One moment. I have no idea how to do that. One moment. I'll do my best. Okay, my recollection from the past is that links from Puzzlink don't work for everyone, and that Tristan has a workaround for this. But I think that link will work for Tristan, and then Tristan can get you the right link. I think is how this works. That is my recollection. But if we can't get links, we may not be able to get links. But if you just go on Puzzlink and search for difficulty 3 yin yang puzzles and scroll down a bit, you will come across this. So Tristan, just go on Puzzlink, search for difficulty 3 yin yangs, and scroll down until you get to this one. And then you'll be able to find the link. Okay, so rules. We have to put a white and a black stone everywhere. So every place will either be white or it will be black at the end of the solution. Effectively, we're coloring the grid in white and black, but rather than coloring the grid in white and black, we color it in white circles and black circles, which actually I find quite confusing, but anyway, that's how it works. At the end of it, we need to meet the following rules. All the white cells need to connect to each other, all the black cells need to connect to each other, and nowhere in the entire grid can there be a 2x2 that is one color. So I can't have this pattern anywhere in the grid, and I can't have this pattern anywhere in the grid. And that's all the stated rules of yin-yang, but there are a lot of implied rules of yin-yang from that that are very helpful. So for example, I want to start by looking at this cell. If this cell was white, actually, the puzzle immediately breaks. And the reason why, if this is white, the puzzle immediately breaks, is because I would have to connect this white to this white around, because it's connected, while simultaneously connecting this black to this black. But that actually doesn't work. I create a connectivity issue, because I need to connect opposite corners to the same thing. So the way that usually this gets stated is you'll hear people say in a lot of pencil puzzle genres, there's no checkerboards. Well, in a yin-yang puzzle, there are no checkerboards. That's what I've just sort of attempted to prove for you. So that has to be black. So that's one of the tricks. Now we do get all of our usual, like, oh, this white needs to connect to its friends, so it needs to come out at least that far. But in fact, actually, there's a really interesting thing that happens on the border of a yin-yang puzzle, which is that because of connectivity, the border has some chunk of white cells and some chunk of black cells, and that's it. It can't change back and forth. Like, for example, what I'm saying is I could never do this along the border, because there are two different groups of white cells and two different groups of black cells. And again, the reason is for connectivity. If I connect the white to the white, I automatically disconnect the black from the black. And so what that means is actually, if you look at this border, this white cell and this white cell, they have to connect around the border, but they can't connect through this black cell. So actually, just immediately, we get all of these cells as being white. Doop, 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 doop. And now immediately I have to avoid a checkerboard here. Sorry, I have to avoid a 2x2 here is what I meant to say. This can't be white because it would make a 2x2 in white. And the same is true in these places and that place. Now there are some checkerboards I have to avoid. I have to avoid making a checkerboard here. If I made this black, it would be a checkerboard, so this cell is white. If I made this cell white, it would be a checkerboard, so that cell is black. If I made this cell white, it would be a 2x2, so it's black. Likewise, if I made this black, it would be a 2x2, so it's white, and that's black. Black has to connect, so this has to come out. This has to be black to avoid a 2x2. This has to be black to avoid a checkerboard. This black has to get out, so it has to get out that way, so that has to be white to avoid this 2x2. This has to be black now to avoid this 2x2. Black has to continue escaping because this H hasn't connected yet. So that is black. Let's see. There's probably some other good stuff if I look closely. What else is going on? Let's see. Huh. I now, after placing lots of stones on the board, I now do not immediately see where I can do more damage. Is there like a checkerboard I am missing or something? Or is there something more complicated than a checkerboard that I am missing? Let's see. These blacks have to connect, but it seems to me like they can connect either out that way or down that way, and I don't immediately see a reason why either of those does not work. Let's see. This black has to connect up. It could go that way or that way. What am I missing? I feel like probably I am missing something. Let's see, what happens if this is black? If this is black... okay. No? Scroll just slightly down. What I was thinking was, if this is black, then that's going to force this to connect around this way anyway. But I don't think that that does anything particularly exciting for me. What if row 4, column 2 was white? Okay, so let's make that, oops, sorry. Let's make that white for the trial. If this was white, that would be black. That would be black, because this black needs to escape. Regarding row 3, column 2. This black still has to escape via here. So this has to be black. That has to be white. This has to be black. Now this white has to escape. Oh, I've got a checkerboard already? Great. Oh, I've already got a checkerboard here. All right. So that was if this cell... Sorry. If this cell is white, immediately this becomes black and I get a checkerboard. That's a good point. Okay, so this cell can't be white. It is black. And so now to avoid a 2x2, that has to be white. To avoid a 2x2, that has to be black. Yeah, this comes back, Dale, to the whole proving versus intuiting versus bifurcating distinction that exists between the pencil puzzle community and the Sudoku community. The trial mode is basically a bifurcate button, or as I usually use it, it is a show chat what on earth is going on button. Because in Sudoku, when you go to try and explain why a thing can't happen, then often it amounts to, like, I'm going to just draw this all in and then try and remember to undo it. Like, I think people who explain, like, even Simon, I think, would benefit immensely from a trial mode, just so he could say, I'm going to show you why this doesn't work, draw it all in, and then be like, okay, scrap it. It's a very useful button. But I think it, again, is a philosophical reason why we don't have it in Sudoku things. Philosophical / cultural, I suppose you could say. These can't both be white. They can't both be black either. So this is a white-black pair. Okay. One more. Let's do one more trick like that. Right. As soon as this cell is white, this cell has to be black, and we've got a checkerboard, so that doesn't work. So that's black, and so that's white. Excellent. So that's black. This can't be white, because that would create a checkerboard, so that's black, so that's white. This would create a 2x2 if it wasn't black, so that's black. This would create a checkerboard if this wasn't black. This white needs to get out. This needs to be white to avoid a 2x2. That needs to be black to avoid a 2x2. This needs to be black to avoid a checkerboard down there. This needs to be white to avoid a 2x2. This needs to be white to avoid a checkerboard. These whites have become isolated. If these whites don't connect through here, they're never connecting, so that's white. Hey, Kurban. That's black to avoid a 2x2. This is black to avoid a checkerboard. It's white to avoid a 2x2. White to avoid a checkerboard. Black to avoid a 2x2. And these blacks have to connect through there. So that is a yin-yang puzzle. I have been doing a few of these lately because someone said a really good one that I quite enjoyed in testing. So I've been doing them. Yes, honey?
I sent you a link on Discord that you should do next.
Okay, I'm supposed to do whatever puzzle Tristan sent me. I will be right back with the puzzle Tristan sent me. Alrighty, Tristan has requested this little thermo next. If there's time after this thermo, I might do another yin yang, because I do like doing them. But Tristan wants me to do this one now, so I will do that. This is a normal 6x6. These are thermos. So digits have to increase as you go along the thermo. So if this was a 2... Oh, I turned this off. If this was a 2, this would have to be at least a 3. It could be a 4, 5, 6, that kind of deal. And there are 6 ants in the grid. Exactly one of each of the 6 digits, 1 to 6, where an ant is 3 cells connected diagonally in a line, and all 3 cells containing the same digit. Yes, Nordy. By the way, this is by Nordy, who is one of our fancy turbine level supporters. So thank you very much, Nordy, for your support. And this should be fun. Okay, so first things first is to properly good lift our thermos. 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6. Let's see. So each of the 6 digits. Okay, so we need a. Wait, going diagonally? This is connected diagonally in a line. All 3 cells contain the same digit. Okay, so where can I possibly put 3 cells in a line diagonally that contain the same digit? And the answer is there. Let's make those yellow. Actually, no, let's do this like this. This is one possible ant. Oops. This is one possible ant. This is one possible ant. Why did that... Oh. That's a new feature, too. This is one possible ant. This is a possible ant. This is a possible ant. Why do I not see an... Oh, this is a possible ant. This is a possible ant. And then... right, okay. This ant can extend up this way. This ant can extend this way. So, these are the paths along which I could have 3 diagonal lines that are the same. So, these... now, you'll notice there are exactly 6 of them. Therefore, we know that these 3 cells are all the same, because I need to use them, and these are the only places I could do it. These are all the same. These are the same, but I don't know which way it goes. These are the same, but I don't know which way it goes. And these are all the same. What color have I not used yet? Red. And these are all the same. We'll make it purple. Okay, so the digits 1 through 6 each are associated with one of these. Who knows exactly how that is going to look, but we've got at least a bunch of coloring in the grid. So these 2 cells, we know what colors they are. They are... actually, we just can place it. That's yellow. And then that's the other one. That's purple. Beautiful. Okay, and so this cell now is red. And this cell is the other one. Green. Okay. So that was exciting start. So, notably, none of these colors are 1 or 6. So that is 4 colors that aren't 1 or 6. What that means is the other colors must be 1 and 6. So what are the other colors? The ones we've not used are blue and orange. So these are a 1-6 pair. is what we know must be the case. And so these are a 2, 3, 4, 5 quad. So one of them's a 5. And since one of them is a 5, we know... So one of these two is a 5. I don't know which, but one of purple and green is a 5. And so one of these two cells is a 6. I don't know which, but one of them is a 6. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. So, yeah, so in one, likewise, one of these is a 1, completely symmetrically. And so forth. Okay. Both thermotips see a 5. 6 is placed in box 1. Ah, yes, 6 is placed in box 1. Excellent. That's a 6. Good spot from Garion. So one of these two is a 6. One of these two is a 6. Just by further Sudoku musings. One of these two is a 6. Where is 6 in column 6? Ah, where is 6 in column 6 is an excellent question. 6 in column 6 is not there, and it can't be there. So 6 in column 6 is there. Excellent. So 6 is in one of these two cells as well. Oh, and once this is a 6, do I know this can't also be a 6? Oh, right. Right. None of those cells can be a 6, and I need to extend my 6 ant. So the only place I can extend my 6 ant is here. So 6, 6, 6. So these are 1 and 1. These are blue. This is blue. Okay, now I need to have a 5 on one of these, and now it can only be here. So this is so purple is 5. Purple is 5. So these are 5, 5, 5. So this is a 4 now. 3, 2, 1. So now, so that's a 5 and is purple. This isn't a 3 anymore. Could still be a 3, I believe. Oh, yellow, I just know what it is from this box. It's just completely given. It's 4. So yellow is 4. So that's a 4. Red, therefore... Oh, red I already know is 2. Green is 3. 4 is yellow. I should go back and make sure I yellow this properly. 1 is orange, so I should be sure I orange this properly. Ah, and now this digit can't be orange, so this digit has to be orange in order to get my orange ant into the puzzle. So that... Sorry, so I can shrink that by 1, and shrink the 6 by 1 like that. So I've got all my ants clearly indicated in the puzzle. So this is green and is a 3. Let's see, 1, 2. This is green and is a 3. This isn't a 6 anymore, I hate to tell you. This is a yellow 4, in fact. This is an orange 1. This is a red 2. This is an orange 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a purple 5. And this is a red 2. Beautiful little puzzle. Very cute. I liked that. I liked the break-in of figuring out exactly where you could possibly do this thing. Oh, you want the colors gone? But the colors are colorful. I can erase all the colors if you want. Oops. Maybe not. Or do you just want me to erase everything except for over there? Like that? Just the non-ant colors, I see. Just so we can clearly see our friendly ants. Very nice. It's interesting the 1 and 6 ended up on the same side. I was sort of expecting them to end up on opposite sides, but they did not. It's really cute that it just ended up working out that there were exactly 6 diagonals that you could take. The ants are clearly playing Twister. That is what I see here. Is that the and imagine how many different settings there are on an ant Twister. Second back leg red. Third right leg purple. You would get all tangled up like this, I expect. Though I guess not as much as Spider Twister. Spider Twister would be even more. Anyway, that's maybe a good sign to that I should end the stream, since we're now imagining, at least I am imagining in great detail what Spider Twister would be like. Thank you all for joining us. Octopus Twister. Perhaps a hybrid octopus-spider twister. Millipede Twister. Millipede Twister would be really difficult. Ants are good at following orders, that's true. I have been doing a lot of cryptic crosswords lately, and I have learned that anytime the clue soldier comes up, it is almost always a clue for ant. So I suppose that is true. Well, thank you for joining me for the conclusion of the coloring puzzles. Thank you to everyone who submitted one of the coloring puzzles. It was greatly appreciated, and I greatly enjoyed doing them. There's a lot of new creative ideas in there, and I think a lot of the ideas are going to show up in other forms later. So I thank you all for your creativity and look forward to seeing more of that. Tomorrow, remember, I am streaming a roughly 2-hour game. I'm just going to stream the game and then stop is my plan. The Looker, which Tristan has found an amazing setting thing, so I will see some of you here for that tomorrow. If you're interested in Satisfactory, if you're interested in the MIA setting video, if you're interested in the Patreon or becoming a YouTube member, these are all things. You can do them if you are interested. Regular Sudoku stream will be back on Saturday, so I look forward to seeing all of you, and I hope you have a great morning, evening. I hope you had fun with the puzzles. I had fun with the puzzles. I will see you all soon. Bye for now.